Hello guys and welcome back to another stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punt, and this evening we are in Unity and the version we're using is 2022.3.26 F1. So last night I absolutely smashed the game. I got some really cool features in there. I've got my AI bat, I've got the vertical moving traps. Off stream today, I've added in some sound effects for the projectile. I'll just show that. I'll give you guys a quick recap actually. So at the moment, I'll show you the projectile first, so you can see what's happening with that. So notice the volume. If I go over this way, listen. You notice that's quiet? You notice that? The further we are from the trap, the quieter the sound is. That's what I did today, and I put in the sound effects for the UI button click. Nothing too exciting, but it's, you know, polishing, isn't it? I love that bat so much. Oh, I love my bat. I love it so much. I love him so much. It's so cool. Oh, right. So that's what we've done. I'm just going to move the wall back in there. I temporarily moved it whilst I was testing the sound out on the oh my god, on the trap. So this is the wall jump. This particular area, it can be done. It's you basically get knocked back from those traps. The idea is you just have to keep moving. I have tested this area. It's cool. It's not meant to be easy, guys. Oh yeah, we've got the death animation as well in there. Did that yesterday. Whoa! I tested this yesterday and it worked. It worked fine. But yeah, the wall slide works, so really happy with that. I love it so much. It brings me a lot of happiness. So yeah, like I say, if I test this now, you can see the left scene there. Hold on. See? It's doable. It's doable. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. So there's a few things I want to do. I want to add in. I've used AI to generate the main menu artwork, just basically a background. So yeah, it's just placeholder, so it's just having something in there. So I'm going to go into the main menu and I'm going to just add that in. So on the canvas, We're going to create an image and we'll put that there. And the image, I've got a number of images here. I couldn't decide which is better because we've got some really cool ones. You can see at the bottom right there. I felt this one was most fitting, this orange one. So I'm going to see how that looks. Right, so... Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh, dude. Oh my god. Bro. Hey, crazy. How do you know my name? Who is this? Welcome to the stream. Look at that. Oh my god. And the colour of it unintentionally matches the colour of the buttons. Oh dude, that is so cool. Oh man, that's the perfect picture. Oh my god. No way. I know, dude. Oh my god, I love that. I'll just show you guys the other images that I had. Right. So this was the first one. And then I had this one. And then that one. And that one. The problem is this one, it's lower resolution, so the quality would be a lot worse. And that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted the silhouette of the urn. That was the idea, but I opted for a Mayan temple. Like, this one was really nice, but if you zoom in, it's not the best pixel art. It's really not good. And also, on the edges, there's this big, thick black border. So, whereas these ones don't have that. And what I like this one, but the sunlight thing here just didn't feel like it matched. So yeah, I basically just didn't go for that one. But this one I absolutely loved. I was really worried that the UI would obscure the view, but it doesn't. Like, it's perfect. Like, you can, whilst you're on the menus, you still get the feel of the environment. It doesn't. The only one that's large is the controls, but that's fine. When you say the first one, you mean this one with the orange temple? It's beautiful, isn't it? This is the AI bat that I've got. Holy shit! Why is he so fast? Why did his speed? Right, now you notice that stuttering that's going on, guys. If I shipped the game and exported it, you don't get that. I think it's something to do with the simulation in Unity, but I've tested that and you don't get that stuttering when the game is exported. So I have already done that. I'm just going to test. Yeah, I'm glad you think so, dude. Like, it's... Oh, dude, I am so happy. I didn't even pick that one for the colour. Like, but you can see the colour of the UI buttons. It matches the environment. Like, it's beautiful. It's so gorgeous. Oh, it's brilliant. Right, let me just... I can get rid of these assets then. And I'll just check those are gone on disk. They should be. bear with me 1 second. Yes, they are. Excellent, excellent. Right, so. Right. So that is the UI all completely done. I've got the main menu screen. So let's jump into the... No, level, sorry. Okay. Right, so I can tick that off. Add the main menu background. Done. So you'll notice the UI panel on the right hand side, the game. I've just got to show you the back, guys. I am so happy. I know some of you, I think you're a first time viewer, Crazy, so welcome to the stream, dude. Where is my trigger? So basically, there are things that when I was trying to look into AI in Unity, I was finding videos and things, and essentially the one thing I found for 2D AI, it was like, it wasn't something that you could kind of get from the Unity store, import or add. It was, you had to go through GitHub and some other nonsense, and I just thought, I don't want to do that. Like, there's the risk of, you know, what if it's malicious, you know, all this risk. And I was just like, there has to be a different way. So I did this without any guide. I've done AI in Unreal before, so I knew that, you know, you had the navigational mesh. Now, I haven't actually, there isn't a component that is a nav mesh to my knowledge, but what I've done, it, like, if I type in nav mesh, oh, there is. Well, I haven't used that. I haven't used that, but yeah, I've not done it that way. That's not how this has been handled. What I've done is I've basically got the bats over there, right? And the nav mesh is literally just a box collider. So if I show you the code for the bat, this is the code. So what this does, this bit of code here, this bit handles the rotation of the sprite, sorry, the orientation of the bat on the x-axis. So if the player's further left, then it will face left, and vice versa. Oh, 3D, so not 2D then, Crazy. And this, basically, this section of code here is checking if the player is in the nav mesh. And if it is, it moves towards it. If not, it goes back to the starting position. Which is... yeah, there. And that's how it works. So, like I say, if I highlight that nav mesh, you can see when I'm in the nav mesh, it chases me. I know it's not a nav mesh, but I've called it that for my own reference. But you can see, like, I'm inside it. The bat will chase. It's so cool. I was so happy when I got that done working yesterday. And then, yeah, we've got all the sound effects and everything, so everything is working just harmoniously. I need to fine tune that camera. You hear that sound effect? Oh, those are basically, I think that's to show that the game object has a script machine attached to it, I believe. Yeah, the little arrows. I don't know what the actual name for those is. But yeah, those, I'm pretty sure that's to do with if they have a script machine attached. But anyway, that's the nav mesh, that's the bat. I've put in the main menu. I can see we've got quite a few viewers, so welcome everyone. I'll tell you what, I'll let you guys pick what I'll do next. I'll read out the list of jobs I'm going to be doing this stream. I'm going to be doing a moving platform, a bounce mechanic for when you jump on top of the slime. I'm going to fine tune the tracking camera, and I'm going to adjust the way the lava currently functions in terms of damaging the player. So you guys pick something from what I just said, and I'll do that first. Gives you guys a bit of fun, I guess, picking my jobs for me. There's also 1 or 2 bug fixes, primarily related to the feather fall ability. So drop a comment, guys. Let me know what you want me to work on. I'll tell you what. The jobs are... I'll tell you what, it might be easier if I just put this in a notepad file. Hold on. Welcome, Brad. Why can't I see that? Oh, it's trying to... What a pain in the ass. There we go. Right, these are the jobs, guys. So we have moving platform, enemy bounce, and fine-tuning the tracking camera. There are a few other small jobs, but these are the main ones. Okay, so Crazy wants me to do the bounce mechanic. What about you, Brad? Do you want me to do the bounce? Okay, awesome. Alright, so initially I did have this set up before, guys. Now, I've played around with it, and originally I had the enemy slime dealing knockback to the player, and it worked really well. Really, really well. It looked great. The player ran into the slime, it would knock back the player -10 or +10 on the x-axis, and it would also knock them up 10 on the y. So they'd kind of get propelled slightly, kind of like a little bit of an arc. And when I was trying to do the bounce mechanic, that really messed with the velocity, like big time. So the player could essentially jump on the from platform within contact with the slime, and then they would shoot really fast upwards. So the way I'm going to do this bounce mechanic is essentially, because at the moment, if I just show you what happens with the slime, if I just move that there, right, so if I move into the slime, it just damages us. We take, I think, 10% damage. So it moves between those 2 points. And sometimes, if you're lucky, you'll see the enemy slime do a moonwalk. I have no idea why he does that, but it is quite funny. It's really funny. So what I'm going to do, I have a boolean. If I just go into the player, it's quite complicated. This is just for the player. So what am I looking for? The booleans. Okay, so I've got a hell of a lot of booleans, some associated to the graph, some that are seen, so they're accessible across the other game objects. So we've got in nav mesh, player dead. There's the falling boolean that I'm going to be using in here, guys, because if the player's falling and they touch the slime, that's when we want to add the bounce. So theoretically, it shouldn't be too hard to implement. And this particular mechanic, I took inspiration from Mickey Mouse in Castle of Illusion on the Sega Mega Drive. That character had a feature where they could jump and press jump again or press down, and they would use their bum to bounce off of enemies, basically. And also, just in a lot of games, there's certain types of enemies that you can jump on and they'll give you a bit of a boost. That's the idea, but the original inspiration was from Castle of Illusion. So, what am I doing? Right, I'm just going to quickly test the boolean. I just want to make sure that the boolean is kicking in at the right time. So, if I check my fault... Oh, sorry, I just clicked the wrong seen there. Right. Okay. So falling is touched. Sorry, falling is on if we're okay. There is one little tiny issue I did actually notice the other night, which I think is to do with the gravity scale. If jumping's true, set the jump gravity. If jumping's false, then they're falling. See, I'm not falling. So this side, like you can see, I'm jumping like. I don't know. I need to look into that. So you can see at the moment that flow of code, falling is off, so the gravity scale's on 1. And then if I go over, is there anywhere in here? I just need to quickly check this because this may potentially affect the bounce mechanic. I just need to check. It would be something like set. It would be something like set the variable or the boolean to falling on. And the way it works, I think it's to do with the... Sorry, it's really complicated, this, guys. I've got a hell of a lot of code, as you can see. I'm just trying to find the one that handles the velocity with the rigid body of the 2D of the character. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Jump fall check. If they're within jump time, set the jumping. Get the velocity of the Y if it's greater than 1, they're jumping. Let's just test that quickly. I think I might have found the problem that's affecting the falling boolean. That particular boolean is that's in relation to the wall jump mechanic I put in. Yeah. Right, so we're jumping. Within jump time. What is the jump time? Give me 1 sec, guys. I need to look for that in jump time. Within jump time is, so that's a boolean. Okay. Um, so I'm guessing it's the bit where we press space. Jump timer. I think that's the problem then with the within jump time. I need to sort this just before I jump straight into the bounce, guys, because I need to use that falling boolean with the code. That's how I was going to do the thing. So jump timer. So if the player's jumping, got the time in the air. If the time in the air is less than 0, then they're not jumping, they're falling, and they're not within jump time. Right. I think that's the problem right there. Okay. So it is turning it on and off. See on the left hand side when we jump. Jump timer. So if it's not greater than 1. So why is this not going through? I'm wondering if it's because that's just going in there. I'm going to try something. I'm going to get that. I'm just going to copy that. And see if that works. No. So if they're within jump time is true. Yeah, potentially. It's just it's just a very strange section here. Because I noticed this the other day, and it basically says that the player is it basically makes out the players falling at all times after their first jump. Like if I show you the boolean on the bottom left there, I jump once and then it's left on, which is a real pain in the arse. So yeah, I could do the is grounded. So if grounded is true, falling is false. So yeah, I'll do that. Where did I do my grounded? Is grounded. Alright, bear with me. I've got a hell of a lot of code here. Ground check. Is grounded. So if grounded is true, if that's false, no, sorry, if that's false, right, if grounded is true, do that. So if the raycast goes down and grounded, yeah, I guess it would go in there, wouldn't it? So it is grounded, yeah, okay. Oh, 5 viewers. Welcome to the stream, guys. Oh, it's quite a lot today. Last few nights I've had like one person. Right, falling off. Let's see if that resolves it. So we're going to watch that Boolean. Fingers crossed, guys. Okay, that's sorted it. Okay, that's good. But they're not falling at that point. It's like when the falling... The problem with it turning on the moment I leave the ground is essentially if I did this now, the player could stand here, jump, and then with the falling and making contact with the jump, there's the moonwalk. Told you. The problem with just going with it now is when I leave the floor, we're falling straight away, but we're not. We're actually in the jump phase, which is wrong because we're not falling until we've reached the peak of the jump. So, oh god, this is what I mean. There's so much code. Yeah, I've already got that. Welcome, Web, to the stream. I've already got that in here. The Y velocity handles. Where is it? I think it's in the jump somewhere. Yeah, this is the section that checks the velocity. Let me just test something. So I want to see the velocity. I don't even know why this is this section of code. It's just a bit shite, really. This wasn't really mine. It was from elsewhere, but it is like just check the velocity of the Y, and if it's, we need to basically what we need to do is we just need to test this from here. We need to see what is the velocity on the Y at the point we're at this normal jump height. Yeah, it is. It's annoying. It's really annoying, but I mean everything else kind of works at the moment. There isn't. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I see why that falling. Ah. Okay, I can see. That would create a... Oh no! Okay, that's why I didn't have that check. Because we can cling to the wall. That's like Spider-Man. Oh no! Right, we're going to have to remove that check. 1 second. Where was the thing I just put in? It was up here, wasn't it? Right, okay. That's why. So the falling, that's what the problem was. That's why I didn't have that, because yeah, it messes with the wall jump mechanic. Yeah, okay. Right, that's not a problem. It's not a problem. What we will do is we will just do a velocity check on the player. So what I need to do is go to the bit of code that gets the Y velocity. And I think it's get Y velocity. So if I just watch this, and I just need to basically check it, because we can basically do a check to say if the player jumps on the slime and hits the collision box, which will be the spring pad, like I can determine at what point the player will be allowed to bounce. So obviously positive Y we don't want, because if it was positive Y, then you know, the moment they jump and they're touching the slime, they would be super boosted upwards. So we can see there, it happens quite quick, but it's kind of like, I think that goes to about minus 13 or 14. So if I just said, if the velocity of Y equals minus 5 or greater, that should do the job. So what we're going to do, this is where we're getting into the juicy stuff. So it wouldn't be an update health bar, but we will use the on trigger. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into my enemy slime. And we'll add something. I'm just gonna create. I'll just create an empty and call it bounce. Okay, so and the bounce needs to have. We'll make it a capsule collider. Why not? And it's going to be horizontal. There we go. 0.2. And the offset is going to be 0.51, maybe? Let's do 0.9. That's good. Okay. Okay, right, so that is going to be the springboard, and it's going to be a trigger. I'm just wondering if I should rename. I'm going to call it bounce pad, so it's a bit more recognizable, because I'm going to, in the code, I'll have a custom event, I think, or actually no, just call it bounce. Right, so bounce, enemy slime, bounce. It is a trigger. Right, so now player graph. On trigger enter. So we're gonna, if I actually copy the enemy slime one, if we just copy this. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Oh, that is going to be interesting. We don't want the player to take damage if they bounce on the slime. I'm going to have to add something in there. Because the player shouldn't take damage if they jump. So, why did I plug that in there? Ah. Oh, of course. If they can jump, so if can jump is no, hold on. No, that's right. So basically, if can jump is false, this nothing happens. So this and boolean is basically saying if the tag is the enemy slime and can jump is on, so they're on the ground, then it follows through with dealing the damage. However, if we contact the slime but we can't jump, then nothing. We won't take any damage. That must have been when I first attempted the bounce. So I'm just going to watch that can jump boolean then. Perfect. Yeah, that's amazing. Oh, I love that wall slide, guys. I'm so proud of it. I'm not even joking. It brings me. That took me 6 hours to do that wall slide. Not even joking. Right, so that's correct. So the can jump boolean. So yeah, right. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this section of code, and we'll just do it beside the enemy slime. We'll get rid of that, and then if we get the enemy slime tag. So when we enter trigger of the enemy slime, it doesn't have a tag assigned, but because it's a child of the slime, it should work. So right, so we're saying if we touch the enemy slime, I'm pretty sure I did have right, if I go up to the velocity area, get the velocity, get the Y, get the Y of that, and then we're going to say we're going to have a if, and then we'll have another if, and the condition is now this is going to be interesting because it's a negative number. If I did greater than -5, does that mean like it would be like counting upwards, so -4, -3, -2, or if I should do less than -5? We can test that, and if I need to change it to the less than, we can do that. Right, so if the velocity of the player is less than 5, then we're going to add force. I did this on the trap, so if I go to the trap, add force, rigid body, there we go. Impulse. Might need to be changed to force. I think that's quite a lot of force. Oh, no, it needs to be X, Y, so let's do 15 on the Y. This should work. Let's see if this works, guys. I'm excited. Who's excited? If it's greater than 5. Okay. Right. Let's change that. Oh! Hold on. Oh, that's because... Right, it's exactly what I thought. I need to change it to less than. So if you did greater than -0.5, it's counting upwards as in a more positive number. So it does need to be lesser. I did think that would happen. Here we go. Oh. Okay, it's not adding the impulse. You're seeing that? I'm standing on it. Let's make 55. Whoa! Holy shit. Oh, dude! Dude! Oh, baby! We have a bounce! Holy shit, that's awesome! Dude! We've got a bounce! Oh my god, I love this. I love Dev. Let's change it to force. So force doesn't do anything. So the bat is definitely impulse. Dude. It's interesting how it's like you do a small bounce and then it does a higher bounce. I think that's because the rigid body is obviously building more velocity. I'm not too sure, but it's the bounce and the particular area where I'm actually having this. I wish I could show you my graph paper level design, because these slimes, there's only going to be 2 slimes in a specific area of my level, and the only purpose of them is so the player can bounce off of them and get some coins. That's just the point of them. But you can see I'm not taking damage. Absolutely amazing. How simple was that, guys? Oh my god, it's so much fun. So I'm going to change that force. I'm going to see how 25 works. So that's a Diddy amount. We don't want that, because we need to actually be able to bounce a bit higher. So if I do, how much is 40? Oh, it's a bit too high. Let's try 35. Oh, 35 is a nice amount. So I need to have a sound effect for the bounce. You've got to have a sound effect. There's the moonwalk. I told you. I don't know why he does that. It's so funny. I kind of want to leave it in because it's hilarious. It is really funny. I think 35 is a very good value there. It's the right height I want. You can see that on the left there as well. And you see, you know the value I had before of 55? It's not doing that small bounce, big bounce, small bounce, big bounce. That is consistent, pretty much. That is amazing. Oh my god, I need to make a sound effect for the bounce. Oh my god, I've got to add that to the jobs list. Right, so what am I making? Jump sound effects. Yeah, it's quite complex. Anything physics related is just mad. But why is the bat moving so slow? He doesn't normally move that slow. Let me just check. That bat should be moving at I think it was 0.1. If I just check the code for bat. Move towards. Oh yeah, it is 0.01. One sec. He's so fast! Oh, it's so fun playing with the variables. Oh, 0.2 is much better, isn't it? 0.2. Okay, yeah, we'll keep that at 0.2. Sorry, I just needed to change that. And then if I go back to the player, the force was it 35? I said, guys. I think it was 35, wasn't it? Let's just double check. Oh, dude, with the sound effect of the bounce, that is just going to give so much player experience. Just going to build on that even more than it currently does. Like, oh, dude, just having that a fun sound effect for like a boing, boing, you know, it's just, oh, dude. Right. So that is that code done. Just double checking the back one more time. 0.02 on the movement speed. Perfect. Save the game. Go back to the player and give this a nice caption. And that is literally the bounce, guys. This tiny bit of code gives us that bounce mechanic. Obviously, when I first looked at this, as you saw, there's a lot of booleans going on. So this option here bypasses any boolean checks. It just literally gets the velocity and it does what we need it to do. I just needed to check actually that the animation is correct for jumping and falling, because I think that's one thing I didn't check. Oh, it is, look. So can you see that when she bounces on it, her skirt is, or cape, yeah, the animation is correct as well. That's perfect. So happy with that. So that is the bounce mechanic along with this tiny boolean check right here. So if they can jump is false, they won't take damage. So we're going to give this a comment and say if the player's velocity is less than 5 and they are enter the enemy slime trigger, they bounce in the air. If the player's velocity is less than 5 and they enter the enemy slime trigger, they bounce in the air. Nice and simple. I love how tidy my code is, guys. I've never been diagnosed with OCD, but I'm pretty certain I have it. Oh, well done. Well done, Crazy. Spot the typo there, dude. Well done. GG. Let's pop that in. Okay, what colour shall we give that one? I think I did white for the Featherfall power up. So I'll give it the same colour. I'll just do it white because it is kind of a, well, it's kind of a power up in a sense. It's a feature. So and I think I'm going to put that beside the jump checks because that is in part a kind of jump mechanic. It's like a bouncy jump mechanic, so it feels right to slot it alongside the other jump code. Let's put it there. Okay, so that is the bounce mechanic, guys. I can't believe it took barely any time at all. Enemy bounce, done. Okay, guys, I'm going to put those notes back up again. So you can, I'll let you guys pick which job next. Camera. Oh, okay. Right, there's the list, guys. Have a look. There are a few other jobs I've got, but these are the most important ones. So drop a comment if Crazy's voted for the camera. That's going to be quite a nice and easy one because it's already in place. It's just playing with the variables to make sure the tracking camera is more efficient and thinking more of the player experience. Hey, thanks for following, Crazy. Okay, that's 3 votes for the camera. Okay, awesome. Let's get into it. Oh my god. Right. So if I Right, I'm not going to need to play around with any code, so I'm going to minimize that screen so we've got more viewing space. Right, so the tracking camera, guys, it's a child of the main camera. Okay, so what you notice is we have this, it's a white box around the player, and that is the tracking camera. So there's quite a lot of stuff here. Like, it's quite full on. So just bear with me because I haven't touched this since I added this component and originally set it up. So if I play the game, you will see the game on the right section and you'll see the scene. So I've zoomed out of the scene. Right, so can you see that red square, the red rectangle moving on the left here? That is the camera. So we can affect how zoomed in it is, the tracking speed, how much space, like if it's going to check the X and if it's going to check the Y. There's lots and lots of things we can play around with. So what I want to do is I kind of want to do a screenshot of this before I make any changes, just in case I muff it up. So let me just do a backup screenshot. I always recommend this, by the way. Just if you're doing something and changing variables of something that's working, but you're trying to fine tune it, just take a screenshot, because if you fuck it up, you can go back to what it was before. So the ortho size affects how zoomed in we are. If I have turned off the canvas. Oh, that's annoying. Even though the canvas is turned off, it's still showing up on the game. Maybe that's because... that's annoying. I've got the HUD right over there, dude. Okay, right. Ortho size is 4.5. So if I... so you don't want to give away too much for the player. You don't want to give away too much. If I'm going to change that to 4.6. Near clip plane. What does that do? If you hover over it, it normally tells you what it does. Okay, so that's draw distance, detail to the camera. Dutch. Oh yeah, you can adjust the camera. Can you see that? Really trippy. I mean, you can imagine that would be pretty cool if you're in a level where there was a slope and you could adjust the camera angle. That would be so... that would probably be quite nauseating though, so I probably wouldn't recommend doing that. Okay. Oh, hold on a minute. Why is the camera on its arse? Oh my god! This is how they did it in Sonic the Hedgehog 1. You know, with the... Oh, that is really trippy. I did turn that off. Why... what is going on? It's not... have I fucked it? That was definitely at 1. Hold on. That was definitely at 1. Dutch, 0. Why is that? Oh, now it's sorted itself out. Have I fucked the camera? Let me just... I'm just going to reload it because that shouldn't... that should have... That should have reset. You saw that? I don't know. Why is it... What? What is going on, dude? I fucked the camera. And this is why you shouldn't mess with things. I'm going to remove that. But I've actually fucked it. What have I done? Oh my god, what have I done? Is it somehow... I wish I hadn't played with that. I can't believe it. Well, I seem to have messed it up, whatever I've done. No, it was the rotation. It was just the rotation of the main camera. Mike, you absolute numpty. Okay, let's just undo that then. Dude, what is going on? What the fuck is going on? I'm not touching anything. Right, you are seeing that. I'm not moving my mouse. That is weird. What is going on? Why is when I move the mouse across, it's changing the camera? What the fuck is going on? Dude. Game window guide. Dude, what the fuck? It's that Dutchy thing. Oh, 20. Why is it on 20? Jesus. It was the Dutchy. The Dutch. Blame the Dutch. Blame the Dutch. Oh my God. Right, so don't touch the Dutch. That's the moral of the story here. Do not touch the Dutch. Oh my God. That's ridiculous. Right. I feel traumatized. I'm actually like quite traumatized by that. Right, so there was nothing wrong with the camera. It was the Dutch and it was the rotation. That's why it was getting messed up. Right, let's go back to this. So I think I had it. I think I did set it at 4 point. I can actually get up the screenshot just to double check. It was 4.5, so that's fine. I can't believe that. Right, let's just... Whew, let's just get back in there. Okay, now the good thing is that we can actually play the game now. And we can actually make adjustments whilst the game is playing. And we can, without just doing it in engine, we can actually kind of do it. Now, one problem I noticed when my sons were playing this is when they were jumping over the lava hazard, like when you get to a certain height and you're jumping over, say, a lava hazard, you can't see the lava below. So I feel like the camera does need to see below. So that would be on the Y. Tracking X, so Y. Why has that got a value of 0.97 in there? Oh, I see. That's the position. Oh, okay. Got you. Okay. Got you. Okay. Let's just test the lava hazard. Yeah. Yeah, I know that. But, like, remember, this is the test area at the moment. I've not actually fleshed out the level. Jesus, that bat's even faster. Okay, so we need it to look ahead on the Y. And the look ahead, what that does, guys, if I zoom out so you can see the full level. We need it to... If I do the Y dampening, what's that going to do? Let's test this with the slime. No, that's rubbish. Okay. Look ahead, ignore. No, we don't want to ignore that. We're going to give that a go. Oh, wow. That's nauseating. Oh, that's not good, is it? Oh, Jesus, that's giving me a headache. Okay. Right, so let's try the smoothing, actually. See if that does anything. No, I don't like that. That should be 0. And then the look ahead time. Oh. Oops. I've got a 4-minute timer. If you die, if you've played for 4 minutes and you've not beat the level, you die. That's funny. Okay, back to the level thing. Tracking camera. Now, I don't know what this bit does. Body. Y dampening. What does this do? It normally tells you when you hover over it. Is that? Can I not read that? Okay, so you see what's happening when we move left or right. It's got a nice kind of slow effect after it. And then on the Y, I've removed that, so it's just straight there. Okay. Target movement. I mean, an option is that I just zoom it out a bit more. That feels better. Like, can you see that? I'm jumping. I know I've zoomed out a bit. But when you're jumped, you can still see the floor. You can still see the floor, and then if we go over this way, okay, we'll give that a go. The Y dampening adds a smooth... What the Y damping does is... it adds... Yeah, I mean, that's... If we jump there... Like, it's all about the feel. Does the camera feel right? When we're playing the game... Like, you have to try and imagine that square with the grid there isn't there, but... I feel that's much better than what it was. I need to test that lava area though, because... Let me just kill myself. Oh my god, that main menu picture is amazing. Oh no, I've just lost all my settings. What was the ortho size? What was that? At 5.7. I want to check this section. Yeah, you can still see the top of the platforms there. Did you see that, guys? So 5.7 on the ortho. 5.7 on the ortho. It's hard to gauge because obviously I've not placed the level out yet. I've got all of the mechanics pretty much nailed. It's just because I've not put objects into place, it's hard to get a proper feel for it until the level is as intended, as to be played. So without that being done, it's kind of a bit tricky to gauge these tracking camera settings at the moment. Oh, it was 6.1. Hold on, let me go full screen. Let's try this full screen, guys. You've got a good memory, Crazy. Very good memory. Okay. Bro. Oh, that works perfect. Oh, that's really nice. Dude. Ignore that stuttering, guys, because that... Right, that's really strange. Notice how fast the bat is there. Remember, I said I had that value at originally 0.01. Very strange. Let's put that back. I'm wondering if that's because we've gone full screen. With this wall jump, you have to keep moving. You can't stop or else you lose that velocity. So you have to kind of just go with it. Oh, it's a little bit harsh. I might have to place a checkpoint near this one. I'm sorry about that shooting noise, guys, but that's the... You see on the left there, the magic traps. It does get... Why is my jump height now not enough? Oh, to be fair, that wall jump actually helps. Dude, it works so good. That bat is a pain in the arse. Right, let's check this one more time. I am really happy with that camera. When I jump, you can see the top of the lava, so you can see the blocks. And let's just play that focused. Why is he moving slower when I'm in this screen, and then when I play maximised, he's a much faster? What a little arse. What is he doing? I mean, I think it is based on Delta time, so if having it in full screen makes that somehow go faster, that would explain why he's doing that. But I guess when I ship the game and test it, you know, if he is moving too fast, I can just change those variables. He's more meant to be a nuisance than he is deadly. He's going to be in an area with the moving platforms, and he only deals 1% damage, so he's more like a mosquito in terms of how deadly he is. He's just a pain, so he's not really a threat. But like I say, I am happy with that camera. Watch this. Like, you can see, the player can see the platforms when they jump. That's what I wanted. Yeah, it is strange, Crazy. It is strange. Right, I think I'm happy with that tracking camera as it is, guys. I think I've zoomed it out massively. If I just check the variables, compare them to before, right, we can see the ortho size has been zoomed out more. Oh, that's the only thing we've actually changed. We've only changed the actual thing, the size of the camera. I mean, when I'm playing it, it feels good. Like, you just have to get the right... Do you know what I mean? It's when you're playing it, you know if the camera feels a bit too harsh or... But... Oh, that's what else I changed. Sorry, I changed the... on the body... was it the body? Yeah. I mean, I feel that works nicely. Like, it looks ahead, like the dampening. I don't want it going any further ahead because, or I just don't. Like, I'm happy with that as it is. Right, I think I can tick that one off of my list, guys. I don't know about you guys, but I am happy with that. It feels good. Zooming out just a little bit. I think that was the only change I did to the original settings. Because I like the way that the camera moves. I think it is the look ahead time. Or is it just the damping? I think it was the damping. Yeah, that's how fast it basically snaps back to center. I forgot what setting I had that on. 0.5 I think is enough. I think that's what I had it on anyway. Yeah, it was. Okay, we're going to tick that one off, guys. I'm happy with the tracking camera. Fine tune the tracking camera. Okay, right. I'm going to shift up one of my jobs now. And I will put it on screen so you guys can see that in action. And I might do something fun actually. Give me 1 second. Okay, here is the next list of jobs, guys. I'm happy to show you making the sound effects. That might be quite fun. So these are the next jobs. Have a look, drop a comment. You might enjoy the SFX one. Okay, right, you're gonna like this. I know I kind of aided that vote there, but it's fun, and it's really gonna build on that player experience. Right, so let me just open up a web browser. Bear with me. Okay, so this is what I use to make my sound effects. I've been in touch with the creator, and it is royalty free, so you can use them without giving credit, but it would be the right thing to do to give credit because you wouldn't have been able to make the sound effects without this. So it might get a little bit loud, guys. But this is JSFXR. You see the link there at the top. So we need to make a boing sound effect for the slime. So we're going to click this, and what you can do, you can mutate it as well. So if you find a jump that you like, that's a good one. And then you can click mutate, and it will basically change, it will randomize the settings here. Oh my god. It feels like we're kind of on the right length though. Like, it sounded a bit slimy like, you know? That's a bit too high pitched. It's like a little mouse. That was a good one. I like that one. I'm going to download that just because that was quite good. I'm going to mutate it and see if we can get that a little bit better. Oh my god, that's even better. That's good, isn't it? I think that's the one. Like, our normal jump noise is, if I just played a normal jump noise, this is the normal jump noise. You hear that? And then that's really, I think that's perfect. Let me just I think I'm happy with that. And then it was that simple, guys, right? So JSFXR, if you're making a retro game, you know, pixel art, just retro style game, this is definitely the place to go. Like, you can do so much with it. Like, you can click random and it will just... You've got all these sound effects. Have a play with it, guys. Have a play with JSFXR. The website is sfxr.me. Don't go on any other website, because when I was first looking into this, I think the original creators site, I think my antivirus said it was kind of, you know, dodgy as hell. So this is the one, and as you can see here, it's a port from Dr. Peter, who I think was the original creator. So then this is the guy, Eric Fredrickson, that's kind of made this with the help of Chris McCormick. So go to this site. Like I say, it's all free. It's fantastic. So I really, really recommend that. So what we're going to do is... I'm going to close that browser and I'm going to go to my sound effects. So it's called Bounce. So I'm going to import New asset, bounce. Oh! Oh, there we go. Okay. And I'm just going to double check that is in the root of the project. Bear with me. Should be. Audio, SFX, bounce. Yes, it is. Okay. Right, so now we're going to plug that in, guys, and see how our Super Slime sounds. So I've got an SFX manager, which is a game object that literally handles playing sound effects. And I tidied it up earlier. So we've got the UI, we've got the miscellaneous, anything pickup related, we've got the player, and then we've got interactive. So this is technically going to be, I would say, a miscellaneous one, because it's, or it could be interactive. No, I'm going to put it under the player, actually, because it is related to the player. So we're going to copy this, and for this one we're just going to call it bounce. Bounce, baby. And then we get the sound effect bounce. So what we're doing is we're creating, I've got custom events in here for every type of sound effect, so it's all, nothing conflicts. It's, you know, whatever string of code you're working with, you know, you're calling a specific function related to a specific sound effect. So that's what this does. Let's make that nice and tidy. Equal gaps either side. Okay, so bounce. So now we need to go to the player, into my bounce bit here, and it's we're going to trigger it after the force. So I'm just going to shift this. And I should have graph variable. Where is SFX manager? Here's that. Okay. So if I scroll down here, this one, I'm just going to copy this bit of code and then plug it in here. And the sound effects, I always like to copy and paste it, guys, because if you did do a typo, it's not going to work. So copy the custom event name, go back to the player, do that. So we're saying in the code for the bounce mechanic, we add the force, we play the sound. And that feels a little bit on its own down there. I might move this down. It feels all on its own. That tiny bit of tiny bit of code that handles the pause menu. Okay, so that's in there. Bounce mechanic, bounce sound. So now we're just going to test that. And this should be really cool, hopefully. Dude. Oh, dude. And he's moonwalking. He loves it. Slimy loves it. My little random moonwalking buddy. Oh, I just noticed the camera. Hold on. Oh, why is the camera... That's strange. Oh, is it because I'm... Let's go maximized and try it. 1 second. I did just play. Oh, it is working. That's strange. Dude! Right, remember, I know one or two of you commented about not being able to see the floor when you've bounced off of the slime. You have to remember the area that I'm planning for these slimes, it's not going to be a big open space. I really wish I could show you the graph paper. Just so you can see the design, because it's going to be a small section with coins on the ceiling, basically. How good is that sound effects, guys? Drop a comment, because that's like... You got to admit. That is pretty cool, isn't it? Oh my god, I'm getting even higher. Dude, that is so freaking cool! Oh my god, I love it. It just sounds perfect. And that took me, what, 2 minutes to make? Maybe just over 2 minutes? How good does that sound? Oh my god. Oh, this is just too good. I'm on such a high right now. Okay, so we've got the jump sound effects. We've made the jump sound effects. Right, so... okay, we've got... Okay, right, I'm going to bring up these jobs. I'm not joking when I say this. This game is... You've seen all of mechanics working, right? I am literally at the point of saying this is done mechanic-wise, and then I can flesh out the level. I can place everything where it's going to be as per my design and graph paper. I can then do all the environmental deco. Like, I am so close to that point. But what I need to do, there's the tiniest jobs left. I'm going to put the bug fixes in. Right, I'm going to do another notepad, and I'm going to let you guys pick what you want me to do next. This is actually quite fun, because letting you guys pick, you know, you get to see what you want to see, basically, instead of any old trash. So, go on then, Webb, let us know, dude. There you go, guys. That is the list. The top 3 things are things I want to do this stream. The bottom section is bug fixes. So have a look at those. Drop a comment what you'd like me to work on next. And let's hear what you've thought of, Webb. Oh, I see what you mean. Are you on about that kind of jump that it does, where when you first jump on it, you then get bounced upwards, and then when you come back down, you have a smaller jump and then a bigger jump? Is that what you're referring to? Oh, I get you. So, are you suggesting? Um, are you suggesting adding in a function to, like an if statement, to check the velocity, and then if it's so essentially you kind of want to clamp it, so you'd say um, the force would be like a maximum of 25. Is that what you're saying? Well, I mean, that could be done, I think. Right, so Crazy has picked the platform. What's everyone else's thoughts? What would you like me to work on next? This section above the hyphens are the jobs to do. The bottom section is bug fixes. So let us know, guys. Okay, we've got 2 votes for the platform. So I'm just waiting on Web's dropping a reply, I think, about the... That makes sense. But if I did that, I would need to have a check to check the velocity, wouldn't I? So red card. um, on the player. Can you set the velocity on a rigid body? Current velocity. Oh, okay. So instead of actually putting in a variable here, I think I know what you're saying. Right, so let's give that a quick go. Okay. So I have 35 in there. Oh, good point. Good point. I've already got the Y there, so I should be able to just do that. No. Let's give that a quick test. Oh. Oh, I didn't like that. Is it because... Okay. Nope. I think it's because I'm plugging in a float into this. I think we need to create a vector. I think. No, I think it needs to be a vector going into that because we're not... I'm pretty sure that's the problem. Let me just try that. Now it should work. Okay, yeah, I was right. The reason that wasn't working was because it was a it was a thingy. It was a float going into a vector. So, right. Sorry, let me just read your comments. So, -2. Let's give that a go. You see what's happening, don't you? You see what's happening there? It gets less and less and less. I think because the velocities... Yeah. Okay, I'm going to make that slightly larger because that's too small a bounce for my liking. Oh! Okay. That was a bit too much. Oh yeah, that's true. Was that the setting I originally had? Wasn't it 30? Was it 25 I had on the Force, or was it 35? I can't remember. Let me do. Oh. Let's give that a go. Oh, that is perfect. Guys, look at that. That's fucking brilliant. Apologies for the language, but that's amazing. And it's not doing that, it's not doing the thing it was before. You know, with the jump gets smaller. Dude, that's perfect. Web and Crazy, thank you for your input there. That's definitely made that bounce mechanic a bit better. That's fine-tuned it. Okay. Right. So, we can test it. That's a good question. Let's test it. And I've got the wall slide there to make sure it might be quite high, I'm not sure. But look at that. Did you notice? Where I'm going to be having this slime, guys, isn't going to have a wall near it, so you wouldn't be able to jump off of a wall onto it like that. It's going to be just moving on the floor, so that's perfect. As it is, that's perfect. I'm really happy with that. Thank you for your input, guys. Legends. Living legends. Okay, so you guys voted, most of you voted for, you voted for the moving platform. So the moving platform, if I just show you the various platforms I've got at the moment, I have these brown ones which are passable, so the player can jump beneath them and appear on top of them. I have the bog standard platform which the player runs on, solid surface, and over here are the collapsible platforms. I coded those. They work phenomenally. I'm so happy with them. So we now need to do a moving platform. Now, I'll tell you what, guys. I'm going to give you a little treat. You can't copy the idea because it's all mine. It's my level design. So I just want to show you guys because I keep talking about it and I haven't got anything to show you. So bear with me. What I will do is I will take a quick picture on my phone and then I can show you guys the level design. There we go. 1 second. of that. Okay. I need to get some solid graph paper. I've got this, it's like an A4 graph paper book, and what it has, it's the book's got more bent as it's been in my bag. I need like a solid, like a solid hardback one. Right, I'm going to show you the level design now. So this is my design. No one copy it. There we go. That is my level design on graph paper. It's nice to show you guys because I've talked about this quite a few times. So you can see the layout of what it's going to be like. So the starting area is where this S is up the top. And then we're going to introduce... Screw you, dude. We're going to introduce them to the wall slide mechanic down here. And then they... this is pretty cool as well. We've got a hidden area. So in most games, there's a lot of games where there'll be fast movement. And it happens so quickly that there might be a hidden area. And if you're not paying attention, you'll miss it. And that's kind of the idea with this one. But with the wall jump, they could potentially get back to it. So anyway, so we've got the secret area. We slide down here. And then we've got the movable block with the lava hazard. The player gets across there and they get the checkpoint. So it's the save. So if they were to die, they respawn there. You've got a smaller wall slide. And then we introduce them to the magic projectile trap that you've been hearing in the background. That H is for a health potion. If I can actually zoom in a little bit. And then this section is going to be the death trap. So these spikes at the bottom instantly kill the player. We're going to have the featherfall power up here. And you can see we've got the white blocks and then the striped blocks. The striped blocks are collapsible platforms. They're a different type to this. I mean, I could actually do that now because they will function the exact same, but I just need to change the sprite. And then once they've got out of this room, this is what I was talking about with these slimes right here, guys. You see this section? These are the two slimes, and these are the coins. So you bounce on them, you can reach the coins. That was the idea with the slime. It's just a simple enemy, deals 10% damage to the health, but you can bounce on them to reach higher areas. Now, the brief for this assignment, I have to have the gameplay, well, it says 3 minutes, but we're being allowed 5 minutes. So, I can't go full on out and have a really complex level. Like I've tried to design it so you introduce the player to multiple mechanics and things. And then this section, guys, was the vertical wall jump with the traps that you've seen, which is this bit. If I just show you in engine, just here. So it's really faithful to my level design. And then this is the room that we're going to be doing now. Now you notice that little dude, the square dude with the horns, that's the bat. That's the bat I made. So this is the area. So there's another checkpoint. So we're being generous with the checkpoints. We're giving one here when the players navigated this area, and then we're giving them another one here because I know that they could potentially die doing the wall jump traversal. So we're saying, okay, we're going to give the player some health and we're going to give them another checkpoint. So these blocks are going to be single blocks. They're not going to be long like the other ones. They're not going to be 2 blocks or 3 blocks wide. I wanted them to be single blocks wide. So it's more like a precision and timing jump because you can see the arrows left and right is basically the distance I want these blocks to move. And the idea is that, this one's going to move to here and then that one will move there, vice versa. And then you're able to kind of time your jump. And up the top is going to be bonus gem, but we've got the collapsible platform and the bat. So the nav mesh for this bat will basically, I'll probably make it from here for that whole area. And then up the top is the lever puzzle, the 1, 2, 3. And then that is the door that opens, and then when you get past that door, you touch the end golden goblet thing, which is over here. The player touches that, and it's the end of the level, basically. And that's the little golden thingy. So that is the level design, guys. I hope you've enjoyed that little insight there. It's just nice to show it because I keep talking about it. And yeah, just to show you guys, graph paper, if you're wanting to do any kind of level design, especially for a 2D platformer, this is fantastic. It's the way to go because everything's to scale. You know, it's fantastic. I also did that for my 3D, my first 3D game. Cheers, Brad. You've poached me. Okay. Right, so moving platforms is what everyone voted for. So I'm not going to do a collapsible. Oh, actually, I'll tell you what. I'm going to add that to the list. I'm going to add that to the list because I do need to create a different prefab. Like I say, guys, we've got this collapsible. I need a different one because it wouldn't feel right having that type of platform in the other area I just showed you because there isn't any lava there. This collapsible platform is specifically for the lava area because of its appearance and the orange bottom to it. Yeah, you're getting old, dude. It's the weekend. I'm probably going to be up until about 3 o'clock streaming, so take care, dude. Thanks for tuning in, mate, and have a good weekend. And I'm going to be streaming across the weekend. I'm going to be doing some group project work tomorrow and probably do a load of streaming on my Idle Clicker game on Sunday. So if I don't see you then, dude, I'll see you on Monday. So take care, dude, and thanks for joining. Okay, so the majority of, I think everyone voted to see the moving platform. So let's get to it, guys. Moving platform. So, right. So the moving platform is going to move sideways. So essentially, if I show you my trap, the wall blade, this code here, very, very simple. This handles vertical movement. Now, all I need to do basically is copy this code, and instead of it being the Y that's been multiplied, we'll just multiply the X, so it moves sideways. But there is one challenge that I'm going to have to figure out, because when I did play around with this the other day, essentially when the player jumped on it, the platform would move and the player wouldn't. So I think that's something to do with parenting or making the player a child of the platform whilst they're standing on the platform. So I need to just look into that. So let's get it set up first. We'll get the game object set up, and then we will tackle that problem. So okay. Right, so I have a folder for all of my platforms. We have collapsing. I'm going to have to create... Oh, that's interesting. In my prefabs, I've got collapsing. Holy shit, that's quite... I forgot how complex that was. That was for my collapsing platform I coded. Oh my god. Okay. Right, think, Mike, think. Right, so what we'll do, we'll make a... In the platform, I'm going to make a new folder in here. And we're going to call this moving. And we'll do the same in here. We'll create an empty. I do a hyphen with the name followed by a hyphen to kind of represent it's a folder. So that's good. I'm going to need another coffee soon. Right, so we have the moving. So I'm just wondering. No, we'll do this from scratch. I was going to copy an existing one, but it might be good for you guys to see it in action, how I do this completely from scratch. So we create a empty, and I'm just going to check how I've named the other one. So the P in the naming, P for platform, underscore, and then what the type is. That's how I didn't do it for the dirt one, strangely, but we'll keep that same naming convention, and we're going to call this P underscore moving. Okay. And it's going to be a 1 by 1. Okay. And then if we did decide we wanted to have a 2 by 1, we can do that. So we've got the thing there. So it's going to have box collider. If we do the sprite first. Right, where is it? Okay. Right, so you'll notice at the moment is slotting to the grid. You see that? Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to add the sprite. And I like to just call this the sprite. And now the fun bit, guys, is we're going to go into our assets and pick something that looks good. Now you notice the main body there, that's fine. What you need to do is you need to offset. You need to offset the sprite when you add it to the thing. So now the main parent, it's all makes it just when it comes to fleshing out the level, doing it this way makes everything slot into place. Yeah, that's why we offset that by 0.5, 0.5. So I'm just going to save the project, and we're going to go into our God, I mean, what kind of platform do I want? That's the question. Let's just have a look. I've got so many assets here, guys. I'm just having a puff on my vape while I'm looking at this. So I am here. I'm just admiring the assets and deciding which one to go for. So take it all in. Enjoy what you see. There's some beautiful assets here. Really, really nice assets. I do have other ones. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. That's kind of like a minecart. Because what I was thinking, if we just had a block that was moving in thin air, and it was just like, I don't know, just a sprite, it would look a bit meh. But if we had something like this and then added a kind of environmental thing in the area, it would look like it's going across on a track, which would be more believable, I guess. So this one, that is very that's kind of doable, but we'd need like a little wheel, kind of like how we've got the wheel here on the cart. Oh my god, we could have mine carts going across and the player jumps in the minecart. Oh, that would be so cool. That would be so cool. That would be so cool. Oh my god. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Oh my god, I could do that. I could totally do that. Oh, guys, what are your thoughts on that? If you heard what I just said, so instead of just having a block from one of the sprite packs and it just moves left and right, it's just gonna look a bit pants. I'm thinking of Super Mario 3 on the SNES or NES. There's certain levels where they have a moving wooden platform, and I think sometimes they do just appear on the screen and they float across, but then there's other sections where they're actually moving, but the way the designers have done it is they've put on like an underlying kind of sprite, so it looks like the platform's following a track. So what I could do is I can use this. I can use this track to look like it's following that, but then I can use this. I can use this sprite, which will essentially, the player will be able to jump into it. Or is that overdoing it? Because then you're going to have an issue of them jumping out of it, because they're gonna the block of the player. If I show you the player, that's the player. This cube is the player. So, not sure if that's overcomplicating it. Let's have a little bit more of a dive into our assets. Let's just have a deep dive. There's plenty in here. I'm just trying to think of what's going to look the best. That's a good one. That would be a nice one. We have 2 blocks there. I could plug those together. Or we could just use that one. Let's keep going. Let's keep looking. Now this has a lot of stuff. We've got a lot of stuff here. I quite like that one. What's the size of that one? 32 by 16, so that's double, so that's... Oh, it's a shame that's not a 16 by 16. Got a little ladder there. I really like the texture of this one. This was actually, I think, associated to the snakehead. I mean, that's 32 by 32. I could shrink that one down. I could scale that to half the size and that would do. But it doesn't really look like a platform. Bridge. Oh, that's a cool one. That's quite a cool one, isn't it? Little bridge. So, at the moment, I think these two that I've got enlarged look pretty decent. I need to get my level design back up. I think there were a couple of collapsibles, weren't there? So there was a 2x1 collapsible. Okay. Sorry guys, we are getting into this. I'm just in the process of picking the right sprite for the platform. I'm not sure if this bridge one would work because there's a bit of a dip in the sprite. I would have preferred that if that was in line. Let's have a look. So that's Grotto Escape. What's this one? Now I've already got wooden platform for the pass through. Decisions. So many decisions here, guys. Wow. Oh, that's music, isn't it? Let me go back to the Kanos one. We could always use this chain type thing here to paint, potentially paint the background. I'm not sure. Like, we could easily use that. We could turn that sideways and place it in the level to look like it's a track that the platform's moving on. That's a way we can make it look a bit more kind of believable. But then we need... What is that? Basket. What is this? Fence rail. I am thinking that looks pretty cool. I do quite like these. I know this is a fence rail, going by the description. But like you can see they've got a crack in, and that would also make sense for the collapsible one that I've got planned. Which one am I going for? It's a bit too long though, isn't it? It's I kind of want it to be a 16 by 16 if possible. Let me just go back to Grotto Escape. Let's just see how that looks. Okay. Let's add the collider. Let's see how that looks. Oh, it's because I've not set it as a platform. That looks pretty good. The player's feet are on it. I'm going to copy that hex code. Make it a bit darker. Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. You can imagine if I have the chain behind it. We can always change that sprite if we're not happy with it. Okay, that will do as a temporary selection. So I'm going to just move that here. It might be a little bit too high. Okay, right. So that is the platform. So now what we need to do, if I just click on that, so we've got the collider, so we need the script machine. So we're going to add script machine, and we're going to call this moving platform. Right, so we're going to now go into the we need to get the starting position. So it's going to function similar to the wall blades. So we're going to copy that and put that in there. So we need a new variable called starting position, 2D vector. And then if I go back to the wall blade again, we're going to copy that, and the speed of that is 2. So we need a speed object variable. It's going to be a float value of 2. Right, so this code, let me just reword this. So okay, moves the platform horizontally between 2 points at a set speed and distance. So we're going to, instead of getting the X for there, the X will stay the same. It's the Y. No, sorry, apologies. The Y will be consistent, but it's the X that we're changing. So I'm going to unplug that and that. Move that one there. Plug the Y. The X goes into there. Okay, so you see what's happening? We're doing the movement there. So now what we can do is we can get this working just right. What we're wanting is the distance. Oh wow, that's going quite a way. And if I jump on that, I won't move with it. Did you see that, guys? Okay, so I need to get, I think the length, have that as 2. Dude, that's perfect. That's literally what I wanted. Right, if I pause that, you'll notice the block is there. So it's 3 cubes across from the treasure chest. So if I just hover my mouse on that square, we want... well, it is moving. It is moving 3 blocks. Like, it's moving the distance of 3 blocks perfectly, which is what I wanted. And then you can imagine if we had like a chain or something, like a little track, so it looked like it was going along something. Okay, right, so that's the movement. And it's got the layer assigned of platform. Right, so this is something that I've not done. So if I just show you what happens there, guys, if we jump on it, we don't move with it. See? And we don't want that. We want to move with it. So okay. Right, so I think the way to do this is to do parenting. So I'm going to add a separate collider, right? Because we want to keep the platform solid. So the platform is solid at the moment, but what we want is a separate collider that will handle the parenting. Because if I turn that box collider into a trigger, the player will fall through it, and we don't want that. Okay, so we're going to add a collider, and we're going to do a capsule collider, 2D. It's going to be horizontal. Have it as 0.2, 1, 0.5, 1, and the size I can make 0.9, and that we could probably do 0.1. And then if I shift that down to say 0.9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. Okay, a little bit hard to see. But you can see that it is above. Now remember, the player's cube is the size of one of these squares. So when the player lands on that, I do feel like that collider should go up. The other collider should go up a tad. Let's do 0.74. 5. Okay, that's good. And then that one is above it. That looks good to me. I feel like I want to raise it just the tiniest amount more to maybe 0.7. That's good. Okay. And that's going to be a trigger. Okay. Right. Pretty sure I did have variables. Interesting that the graph variables don't show under the variables up the top there. Right, so we've got our collider. So right, we're going to make a reference to the player. So if the player is the one coming into the collider, we need to set them I wonder if it's that simple. Is it going to be that simple, guys? So when the player enters the trigger of it, I don't know if that's going to work. I've not done this before. Let's give it a go. No idea if that's going to work. Oh, set parent. Hold on, there was something that someone messaged a while ago. Right, we need to figure this out. We need to. This is a tricky bit. We got the platform. We've got it moving. We need to get the player to move with it when they're standing on there. Okay. Right. We'll try a Boolean method. Um, um, if I go quiet, guys, it's because I'm trying to get this code working. So this, what we're trying to do here is get the player to move with the moving platform. On trigger, enter. Right, so the player character. When they stay in there, if on platform is true, set the position of the character. And then we need to get position of this. Get the X. I'm hoping that's going to work. I'm not sure if it will. Right, why is that not working? Why did that not work? It's working in the sense that I want to see what that error is. Let's see if that works. Why is that not working? You can see it's registering. This is rather annoying. Interesting. I need a switch. I'm going to need another coffee soon, guys. Why have we done this stream? I don't know where the time's gone. I don't know where the time's gone, baby. Right, so we're struggling with trying to get the player to move the platform. I wouldn't have thought it would be this difficult. I know I can do this. I know I can do this. It's just figuring out what that error code was. Why am I getting that error code? What was the error regarding? I'll tell you what, I'm going to do something different. Is it because that's not plugged into anything? I think that's why. Why is it red, dude? Why is it red? You know what? I'm gonna try doing this in the player graph. I'm gonna try this in the player graph and see if that works better. Let's try it in the player graph. Right, so hold on, what might have been better? I know what I could have done actually, bear with me. Is it gonna work? I've done it. I've done it! So the way I was doing it was, I don't know why that wasn't working though. That's what made it really odd. We were getting the game object, plugging that into the collider. I don't know why that wasn't registering. Like, very, very strange. Okay, the only problem with this is that when we jump on it, if we're pressing left or right, it's kind of if we do left or right, it's kind of affecting. Well, we can't move. We're stuck on the block unless we jump. So we need to say is left pressed. How can it be this annoying? There must be a better way of doing this. Right, I'm going to try this with a rigid body. Now if I press play, that gravity skull is going to make it drop. No. Ugh! Okay. So if I undo that, anyone got any input, feel free to drop a message. I guess if we get the rigid body of the player, instead of doing that, if I just move this out of the way, and then I wonder if that will work. Would that work? No. What you want to do is okay. Um, hmm. Instead of setting it to be that, I don't think that velocity is right, so I'm going to get rid of that. We're going to get the position. No. Get the position of the player. Oh my god. Well, that rigid body that I put on the thing, on my platform, is that going to work? Who knows? Whoa! I just got teleported, bro. I just got teleported. Oh my god, this is quite tricky. What about a divide? Let's see if that works better. Boop! Teleport. I'll tell you what. Let's try minus then. I don't want to set the X as the player because the problem is with that. Hold on. I think there is something we can do. So we're comparing the x's. Probably not going to work. God damn. Let's see if that works. Oh my fucking god, it was that easy. No. Now we're moving with the platform. Oh my god, it was that easy. All of that nonsense I just wasted time doing. You serious, dude? I don't believe it, guys. Can you believe it? Can you do a remove parent? Let's copy that. On exit the trigger, it should be that simple, right? No parent. Maybe? Let's give it a go. I've done it, guys. I've done it! Where is my player? Oh, I see. It's actually shifting around on the actual graph here. See, it's a child? Can you see that? The player... Guys, I can't believe how easy that was. Well, no, it wasn't easy, to be fair. It was a pain in the arse. I was trying all these different methods, and ultimately, all we had to do was use that tiny little node. Instead of trying to set the X and the Y and the velocity and the position, we didn't have to do any of that. We've literally got our moving platform, my pedigree chums. Check this out. I can move freely. I can do a wall jump and then back on there. So when we're in the trigger, it's almost like an on-event tick, because well, it's kind of functioning the same way if we're in that trigger. Dude. That is so satisfying. Why does the slime do the moonwalk? Why does he do that, bro? I need a coffee. That's the moving platform, guys. Right there. Right before your eyes. That was really not that difficult. So then, right, the problem is, if we were to prefab this and place it... Oh, actually, no, it's not a problem, is it? No. So that's the code for doing that, guys. If the player enters the trigger, we make them a parent, a child of that platform. So their transform is kind of, well, relevant to the platform. You saw the methods I was trying before that, and it was really messing up the player character. Like, it's doing some weird stuff. So we're going to group this whole code here, because this is all pretty relevant. Let's tidy this up a tad. If the player lands on the platform and stays in the trigger, we make them a child of the platform, so their location matches that of the platform. That's it, guys. Platform done. Really, really easy. It's that simple. Prefab, boom. That is how we do it. Let's try something here. I'm just going to see if it's tricky to do. Bro, what's happening? What? Oh no. Hold on, what's going on? That was working fine. Hold on. Right, don't do it as a prefab. It didn't like that. Did not like that at all. Wow. I'm quite surprised. Is it working now? Out of curiosity, if I copy that and just move that, will it work? They're individual instances unlinked. Okay. I'm a little puzzled by that, and I have a suspicion, not a suspicion, a suspicion, that it's because the prefab is linked to everything of that, whatever the item is. It's kind of trying to make itself a child of all those prefabs. I think that's why it messed up there. But that it works. The platform works. I'd kind of like to have it saying like platform moving one by one, right to left, and then we'd have one that says left to right, because you notice that the way they were moving. If I call that, because at the moment you see that grid position, it's right there. It's right here. It's going to move from there to the right. Get ready. See? It goes left to right. So what we'd need to do, that's why I'm renaming this. So L to R. L to R, so left to right. I might actually do a hyphen. So left to right, and then for the right to left, we would basically, within the code in here, we would I guess you do a negative, so times negative. Like if I just quickly tested that, so that's -1. If I do -1, is it going to go the other way? Yes, it is. So that's all you have to do. It's that simple. Right, I think I can tick off the moving platforms, guys. Moving platforms is done. Moving platforms. Moving platforms. Okay. Right. So the moving platform is done. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that and I'm going to rename that as right to left, and then in the code for that we are going to say -1, and then 1, 2, 3. So that's going to move 1, 2, 3. So from there, it's going to go 2 across. So 2. So those should now touch on contact. Those should touch. You watching, guys? Oh, I know why it's not working. I know why it's not working. It's because it's sharing the script graph. I did this the other day. I did a ton of work and I messed up. So that needs to be 1. Let me just... Right. Okay, I know what to do. Right, guys, I'll be right back. Quick bio break. Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. When nature calls, you have to answer the phone, as they say. Okay. Right, so we need to make a new script graph. Can I rename that one? Yes, I can. Fantastic. Let's see if that works now. Dude! Dude! Yes, baby! Oh, this is fantastic. What a stream, guys. Oh my god. It's so good. I've made a gem. Oh. Just out of curiosity, if I played that full screen. Okay, so what we need to do is basically her jump isn't high enough. Guys, I have my moving platforms. Oh my god, it just feels so good when you do something, get it working. There's no greater feeling than it. I'm not even joking. That's so cool. So cool. Now, I have the option I think what I'd rather do, instead of trying to paint on the tracks in the dirt, in the layer, I think I'd much rather prefer just creating a game object that is the chain, like the track. I think I'd prefer to do that because that's a way that we can just plonk them in. So now I guess it's a matter of just seeing if we can find a slightly different, better sprite for the platform. Mm. I know I've got so much stuff here. Like we have this chain, but then if I go to the first one, I am so tempted to put that in. I think it's got to be done, guys. Let me just see. Oh my god. Oh my god, I have my minecarts. Um, right, so copy that. Track left. Track middle. Oh, Oh my god. Is that gonna work? Oh my god! The scale of my character compared to that. Um... Okay, it looks silly because the size of the cart is so small. That's annoying because I really like that. Um... Let's try that chain. There was a chain in here. Oh, this is. I mean, we do have in the environment. We do have this chain. The only problem is um, hmm. Um, I'm not 100% on the moving platform tile. I think I did prefer that, you know. Let's just swap those back. I think I preferred that platform. It looked more size relevant. Um, so then it's just a matter of finding something that looks like a track that it can pass along. But the question is what? Mm, To be fair, let's just do some quick maths. 138 divided by 16. 8 tiles wide, that's huge. That's 5 tiles wide. So I'll tell you what, we'll do that. One, two, three. So let's go 0.9. Let's see how that works. Um, that looks a bit better. That looks a bit better, doesn't it, guys? Oh, I love that wall slide. Okay, I think I'm happy with that as the... I'm happy with that. Just test that. It might be more fitting if we used a similar asset from that pack, because the art style is pixel art, but I'm just thinking the colour, the thing, it's hard to describe. I don't want to use a wicker basket, that would just be silly. No, that looks good. No, it doesn't. It doesn't stand out against the platform. It needs to be a colour that stands out. The green feels too green. Doesn't. I think the platform trail is good. I like that. But this doesn't feel like it goes with it very well. So I don't want to use a crate or anything strange. We just want something that looks like it belongs. Like you wouldn't have a crate moving along a trail in the middle of a dungeon. See, I do like that. But I don't want to apply any damage to the player, and if there's spikes on it, you'd expect to receive damage. Now these logs, these little platforms are nice, but I think they resemble the track too much. So let's go to the grotto. Oh, actually, I've got the medieval one. No, there's nothing in there that really... Where's the grotto thing? Let's have a look in here. Hmm. Oh, I like that crack. Oh, we could use that for the collapsing platforms. But hold on a minute. There's an area. Right, if I go back to my level design, this area is going to have collapsibles. This is having moving. Um, hmm. This is really tricky, getting just the right one. So that's the lava block. I'll tell you what, I'm going to use this square one here that I've highlighted, and then for the other area with the spike traps, I'm going to use those two. So that, yeah, I think that will work nicely. Okay, let's plug that one in. So get the sprite. Is that too big? Point 0.5. Let's check that out, shall we? Let's make the box collider. One 0.5. Give that a go. Sorry, it was a bit of fine tuning there, guys. Don't know why I gave them a rigid body. I think they look good. They do the job. You've got a track there. Instead of it just being a moving block, there's actually a track. So what we could do is ever so slightly darken the... just to try and make it stand out against the... That's good. Just a little bit darker, just a tad. So they... Because it was just a bit too bright, it was a bit too... kind of dull looking. I love it. I think it's great. I love it. I actually love it, guys. Right, so what's left on my list? I've got to add the scoring time text to the HUD. Um, 3 minutes. Okay. Right, so what's left to do? Add scoring time to HUD and a panel. So basically, at the moment, it's a little bit hard to see because each UI layer has a black panel, which will just slightly dims the game environment behind. So essentially, if I actually turn that off like that, that's better. So with the HUD, I want to have a little panel that says like score and time. And then I need to have collapsible platforms. There's really not much left at all. There's a tiny fix to do with the feather fall. I could have a quick look at that actually. Feather fall. Right, let's check these variables. What I'm checking here I want to check jump string fall rate and the hang time. I want to check that those are being adjusted. What we might do is just get the gravity scale, change the gravity scale. So ten. One. Why is fall rate set to 4? Okay, so when I picked that up, the fall rate wasn't going to 1. What's that fall rate variable on the bottom left? Right, I see. When I jump, the moment I press space, it sets the fall rate to 4. Okay, so we know that that's where the problem is. So where's the bit that's what's the raycast? I think that's the problem there. So if I added in a check there to say if feather fall's active, that's the problem there, I think. Right, let's check this. Bounce. Oh, that's the bounce. Where's my feather fall? Okay, I know how to fix this. Let's do... Right, so in the feather fall power up, I'm going to add a boolean to say it's active. And then at the end we'll turn it off. And then we can plug that into the other thing. That should resolve the issue. Right. And then this, I think, is what was doing the problem, because when the space the space jump itself, nothing in there changes the fall rate. So if I add a check here, hopefully that should solve it. I'm pretty sure it will. So if I just have an if, because that right there, this is the problem. The fall rate is set to 1 when feather fall's active. So if the player, the ground check will always set it to 4. When the player leaves the floor. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a branch. So basically we're saying if feather fall is on, I think that's going to do the job. Because that way we stop this section overriding the fall rate. So hopefully that's fixed it. So our feather fall should work now. Oh my god. Well, that was interesting. Right, well... So we're just play testing that in a minute, making sure this works correctly. There's something setting the fall rate to 2. That's affecting the. Oh my god! There's so many so much code. So if that's true, it goes to there. I think we need to plug in the boolean in there as well. So I think this is correct where it is. So that's animations. That's velocity and stuff. That's gravity scale, feather fall. We've done that bit to bypass the 4 float for the fall rate. Now that is, yeah, I know that's one. This fall rate here is what's kind of creating a mini bug with the wall jump mechanic. So there's nothing in there affecting the fall rate or there or there. So what we're going to do, we're going to just shift this along. Save the project. I'll move this along a bit. And we're going to have an if. So we're going to say if featherfall is false, then we'll do that. If it's true, nothing would happen there, because the featherfall fall rate overrides that. So let's get the featherfall. And we're going to move this along and drop that in there. So we're going to plug that into the if, and then if featherfall is false, so it's not activated, then we'll do that. And same here. If false, do that. Because that was affecting the featherfall power up. Because when I ran into a wall during that, alright, let me just, that should do the job. So if it's false, yeah. So if it's true, we're basically not adjusting the fall rate. So I think I've done 2 bug fixes right here, guys. Look at that, it's working. The wall, I can wall slide. It's interesting how in the smaller view this works fine, but when you do it in the big screen, oh my god. Need some fine tuning, but oh my god, that looks so good. That is a very strange thing on that tree though. It looks like a monkey's face or something weird. God, it looks so good. Well, I've fixed it. I have fixed the feather fall being affected by yeah, by the rest of it. So bug fix feather fall not working because of the code. So what I need to do is like I say, this whole thing's a university project, so what I'm doing is I'm making sure that everything's kind of, I have to document bugs found and how I fix them. So let me just quickly type this down. Spoon chip was added into. Well, I think that works quite nicely, guys. So I fixed the feather fall. This is very complicated. A lot of this code is so complicated because so much of it goes hand in hand. It really, really does. I don't know why. My feather fall's working now, guys, so... Oh. Been a lot of bug fixes tonight. Well, a couple. Right. So one thing I noticed that's bugging me is... so the feather fall foul... Can't get my words out. I think that's because of the velocity check. It's working now. Let me just look into the animation state. So, right. Where's the bit that does the jump? I think it's down here. Where's the bit that says CH jumping? Because that handles the where the hell is it? Moving, folding. I'm looking for CH jumping. There it is. I see. That's why it's not doing it. This section here, when featherfall is active, let me just test that. Found the problem. You see? I'm skipping the section that tells us that we're jumping. That should now have the animation correct. There we go. My beautiful lady. There we go, I fixed it. I'm Mr. Bug Fixer. I'm the bug hunter. There we go. It's all fixed. So basically, what was happening before I just fixed that, if the player jumped during featherfall, the jump animation wasn't playing, and that is because where I'd plugged in the fix, I'd bypassed this section here and gone straight to these checks. So what I've done is I've just plugged that in just after the fall rate. So now it's displaying I fixed it. So animation during feather fall. So what is this area? Oh my god. Right, so we've actually fixed a couple of things here. We've got the Featherfall power-up working again, and we have fixed the jump animation not working during Featherfall. Oh my god. Right. So okay, so I have delay live fire wall jump from idle. So there's just need to check one more thing, guys. Okay, do you see the issue there? When we're in the lava, we're not dying straight away, and I believe it's really nice ironing out these bugs because it really does fine-tune the game. Anyone that plays it isn't going to enjoy a bug. It's going to ruin the game experience. So just ironing out these things is it's just making it a much more enjoyable experience. They are a pain having to fix them and sometimes a bit tricky, but when you've done them, it's amazing. Right, so there is something happening in the code with the lava. I see. Burn damage. Yeah. See what's happening there? It's doing the burn damage. Interesting. Player death. Burn damage. Inflicts burn damage. So burn damage is there. Is burning. Sprite. Right, let's just have a look at this quickly. Because this is the problem with the lava. Burn damage. Well, the burn damage in itself has the player death. So that's correct. Burn damage. Trigger burn damage. That's correct. Enter trigger, do that. And the player death, I believe, is up here. Player death. Okay. So, oh my god. So there's a 1 second delay. I know. I can see what the problem is. So because we're because we're triggering the player death, is adding a second. That process is 1 second because it allows the death animation to play out. That's what's happening with that lava. So where we're calling the player death in the lava here and then here, like this section here inflicts burn damage to the player. That, I believe, is relevant. This, however, I don't think we need that. I believe that is the issue. So if I just temporarily unplug that, because the player death is in this line of code related to the lava, and the burn damage is being called within there. So essentially what's happening is it's following that code, and then it's doing the player death, as well as doing it in there. And this handles the burn damage as well. So if the player dies while they're burning. So I think I just unplug from the burn damage. We can just test that. I believe that's the solution. Pretty sure that is the problem there. This might be a bit daft. I'm just going to talk you through what I'm doing here. We have 3 instances of the player death, all related to the lava. It makes sense to connect the 3 to that 1. I believe that will do the job. Let's just test that. Got another bug fix I need to do as well. It's a bug fix evening, guys. Now that didn't take as long. Why was that? So it's 2.5. I'm just counting the animations here. So that was 2 and a tiny bit. It's strange. It's not every time. I think I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I know what's happening, and I am actually reworking this because I don't want the burn damage to happen to the player when they're in the lava. So, essentially, inflicts the burn damage, burn damage. So the burn. Why did I put that on there? Right. Okay. Welcome to the stream. Right. So you notice at the moment we're not taking damage from bouncing on the slime. If I get the feather fall... Oh. Oh! Oh, that bat is a nuisance. Oh. That must have been associated to a different, that bug fix, then. With the player taking damage from the slime bounce during featherfall. Player taking damage from slime bounce. That's resolved because I believe if I go up, if can jump is false, they don't take any damage. So where I had this, where was it? There we go. Yeah, that resolved the damage. Perfect. Okay, right. What's left to do then? I've got to do a collapsing platform for a different area. Oh my god. So I've fixed the feather fall. So the feather fall wasn't working. That's been fixed. I've fixed the jump animation during featherfall. I need to fix an issue with the featherfall persisting through death. Delay and lava. Right, so there's the lava delay with killing the player. There's a player wall jump from idle grounded next to the wall. Can jump twice and get really high. And then, yeah. So there's only 3 bug fixes left. On my list to do, I need to just update the HUD. I kind of want to fix the lava because if I can get the lava done, that's going to fix a bug and it's going to work better. Oh my god, guys, I'm so close to being able to flesh out this level, like put everything in place. Special volume for sorry, I've got a list of jobs for this game. Save the project. Right, so we have our collapsing platforms, we have our moving platforms. So I need to do a different collapsing one, guys, because we have these ones here. If I just show you those in action. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to quickly make the other collapsing platform. That won't take long to do, and it will tick another job off of the list. So we have collapsing here. I wish I'd renamed that lava collapsing. I'll tell you what, we'll do an empty and we'll call it lava. So we've got collapsing lava. Oh, that's the moving platforms, isn't it? So clicking that, I select all my platforms. It's pretty cool, right? And then we can select the individual ones. And then the collapsing ones. So we're gonna, let me just get up my level design. So I think I might just make these 1 by 1 blocks. I'm happy with the collapsing ones in the lava hazard. For this room with the moving blocks up here, instead of making a 1 by 2, I could just have 1 by 1s. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. Right, so this is my level design, by the way. This is how it's going to be placed out once I've done these final few quality of life things, bug fixes, that kind of stuff. So, save the game. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go... actually, let me just check this for a second. Yeah, I think what I'll do is if I just copy the 1 by 1 and change the texture of it, the sprite, sorry. Let's do that. Oh, I needed coffee. Okay, so platforms collapsing. I'm going to copy that, paste that, and call that it's going to call it collapsing normal. So we've got collapsing. So if I change that, can I if I change that to lava, would that update on the thing? No, it doesn't. I knew it wouldn't do that. Okay, we'll just keep that as it is. It's a shame because I was hoping these ones here would change to the renamed, but it's not a problem. Just out of interest, if I did do that there, lava 1. Ah. Oh, it's named it correct. Oh, I'll tell you what. Prefab. One by one. One. And that'll be... Perfect. There we go. Just everything's a bit more consistent now. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to change, if I open that up, click on the block, we're going to change this. Now I found a really nice one, similar colour. It was this one. Okay, so this area, if I show you guys, this area here, we're going to have what block have I got at the moment? We're going to have those 2 blocks. So essentially it's going to be, we're going to use the broken one for a collapsible. Perfect. Oh, I remember. I changed the offset of it. Right, so I need to change that, don't I? Because that's... If I had that as -10. That is annoying. We can just leave it like that. There we go. Oh. Just testing. Oh, the collapsible platform. I felt it was a bit too punishing on the player, so I'm going to see if that works any better. It felt too punishing, the fact that the capsule collider was so wide, if they slipped over to the other one, they would trigger the collapse of that. Wasn't fair on the player. I'll just double check that as well. I feel like I want to change the colour of it, because these ones are kind of darkish in colour. I think I'm going to copy that code and just see if that looks any better, basically. Bit darker, there we go. Not as let's give that a go. I'm happy with that. So we have our platforms collapsing. We have the normal ones and the lava ones. So I think that's fair. I mean, the lava ones are basically, they're going to be kept like that with a single one, a double one, single, single. Like, there won't be any more than that. It's meant to be like a precision jumping section. So I'm leaving that one as it is. With these ones though, we'll just have these as one by ones that we can place next to each other how we want. Obviously they're not slotting to grid. That's not a problem. It's a little bit of a pain. It's to do with the it's to do with not having like a parent that is kind of pivoted to the corner of the grid. I can easily add that in though if it becomes a little bit of a nuisance, but yeah, like you can kind of see, you can actually see the exact position here. So you know, if we were to click on that one for example, you can see the variables there, but it works well. It works well. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting distracted with just all of these variables. There's so much stuff. Right, so we've got the different collapsible platform. Yep. Right. What's the time? It's 10 to 1. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh. Okay. Right, so what is left on my list to do? There's a minor fix that I need to do, which is the featherfall persisting through player death. So, actually, I just need to check that collapsible platform one more time. It still feels too harsh on the player. I'm going to be very generous here. We're going to have that tiny... Oh, no. Maybe that's too generous. going to be a little nipple in the middle. Because the player will have to land on it. Ugh! What's going on there? Why were the platforms doing that? Bro. I didn't notice that before. Jeez. Right, I'm very happy with that. Putting a tinier thing instead of a wide one, it just meant like if the player ever so slightly went over to the other block adjacent to it, it would trigger both, and that didn't feel right. So just having a smaller trigger in the middle, it kind of it stops being too harsh on the player basically. Like, the moment they land on it, they might not know for the first time they play the game that it's going to be collapsible. So, by just having them kind of trigger the one, then, you know, it's kind of like breaking them in a little bit. It's like, you know, you've triggered a block, better jump onto another one, and then they'll know for future. So, because there's two areas that will have these block types. So, if I just show you the design again, you can see on the left here the cross-hatched thing. In this area has the collapsibles, and this one up the top will. So yeah, it basically just makes it a bit more gentle on the player. So I'm happy with those ones. Right, let's try and fix this featherfall issue. There's a problem with featherfall persisting on death. So if I come out of that, right. Featherfall is this one. That would be a good point to put that in, guys. So this handles the featherfall power up. So during the power up, they get a slower fall rate, so they can basically float around. And then once that 30-second timer, obviously it was set to 30 seconds. I might change that to 15 actually. So it's 15-second power up. And then that happens. But I want to have something. Basically, I think if I was to plug something in here to say, is player dead? If true, do that. And I believe it would make sense to do that. I'm just going to query that quickly. I knew that was the solution. Okay, let's try it, guys. So I'm just going to show you what happens at the moment. If we get the feather fall and die, so why am I jumping so high? We'll see what happens. Oh, I didn't. I love that jump. See, it persists. Now, if I added in an if to check if the player's dead, if the player is dead, we do that. So we're basically saying during the tick of the timer, if the player is dead, then we go to the output. So just for testing, I'm going to set that back to 30. And hopefully, that should be a solution. Here we go. Oh, I've done it. I have done it. I've done it, guys. What an easy fix. Amazing. Oh, I'm very happy with that. It may be simple to a lot of you, but there's a nice feeling when you get the bug spray out and you fix them. I love it. So that stops the power up from persisting through death. That tiny little check in there stops it. So, further full persist through death. Perfect. So that's 3 bug fixes. The only bug fixes I have left, there's only 3. There's one where if the player stands idle next to a wall and jumps twice, they can basically shoot themselves straight up the wall. That one I'm not going to do just at the minute because it's a bit mad. The whole wall jump code is just insane. There's the delay in the lava bug. But that shouldn't be a problem because I'm not going to I'm going to turn the sprite on when the player enters the lava. I'll do that, but the burn damage is only going to happen technically when they're out of the lava. And then it's just the HUD. So let's save it. Why is the score all the way over there on its own? I might bring that down here. There we go. Not on its lonesome now. It's a lot of code, guys. Hell of a lot of code. It's been fun, this project. It has been fun, but my God, at the same time, it has been fairly difficult. I've been going 6 hours 15. If I can get this lava thing done, it's going to resolve one bug. And it's going to make the lava functioning. And then the only jobs I have remaining is the HUD. and then I can place every asset in the level and then do the like the decoration to the area, because at the moment it's just as you see it's just platforms and mechanics. So everything's working though. Every single element is working. Um, right, I'm just having a read through of my notes here. Okay. These three parts here handle the lava. I think what I want to do is just temporarily, if I make that bigger, and then if I select my lava code and just bring this down, let's put that there. And then the wall blades are and the bat are fully done. So I can move these up there. Okay. Right, so I'm just going to write down the order of what I need to do this in. So, player enters lava, apply base damage, apply damage for staying in lava. So you apply the base damage, then you apply damage for staying in the lava. Enable fire sprite. Right, so player enters lava, so they get base damage for entering the lava. We get the fire sprite pop up, and then we apply damage on tick for staying in the lava. Exit lava. Enable burn damage. And the burn damage is there. The burn damage does the sprite and the timer. Right, I'm just reading this code, guys. Alright, so they enter the lava, we deal the damage. Hit animation, we do the burn damage, play the sound. And we have the death trigger, because if they die entering the lava, then we need to make sure that follows through. But the burn damage isn't going to happen when they're in the lava. Okay. Okay. So it's burn. So the burn damage. Okay. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to screenshot this code just as a backup, because I don't want to fuck anything up. So just having that as a backup, I can plug everything in. Okay, so what we're going to do, going by my rework, we're saying the player enters the lava. If that's true, we apply 20% damage. We apply 20% damage. We do the hit animation. We're not going to have that. So I'll just move that out of the way. We'll do the lava hits sound effect and then check for the player death. So if I just test that, okay. So now what we want to do is right, apply the damage, done. We want to enable the fire sprite. Fire sprite. So we turn on the fire sprite. Now the player's already going to have I don't think that sprite's going to stay on because the other code's kind of conflicting with it. Just as I expected. And that's because here it's checking is the burn time less than 1. If it is, we turn it off. Have I got anything that says in lava? No, I don't. I'm gonna add a graph variable called in lava. Because what that's going to do is it will it will come off of here and it will be like, okay, if there is no burn damage timer, we'll have a second check here to say, are they in the lava? If they are, then we don't do that. If it's false, then we would do that. I'm just trying to think, because I want to have that sprite active. And we could have an exit trigger. So we're going to have like 3 triggers here. We're going to have enter the lava, Then we're going to have exit the lava, which will just basically kind of, all that will do is literally turn off the boolean. So that when they next enter the lava, if they do enter the lava again, that boolean's toggled back on. So right. Okay, so they enter on trigger enter. So they enter the lava, get the damage. The fire sprite's enabled. We call the hit animation, which flashes red. We play the sound effects for the getting hit by lava, and then we call the function for player death to make sure that code's following through. So after the point there, we're going to set in lava to true. So we're saying the player is in the lava. So player enters lava, deal damage, show the fire sprite, say that they're in the lava, job done. And then on trigger 2D, on trigger exit 2D. So if I move that one there, if I just bring this one down there and move this up, I want to have all the lava stuff kind of together. So it's going to be the same check as the one above. Get rid of that one. And that is the check. On trigger exit for lava, so on trigger exit the lava, get the tag and set that. That's all we want to do. And then also in that line of code, we will enable the burn. So when they exit the lava, we turn that off. So let's just check that works. So if I press, shouldn't have done that. Oh, I need to see it in the, focused, so I can watch the variable get turned on and off just as a check. Right, so if we watch there, we're in it, we're out. 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 That works perfectly. Okay, so that is a charm. So now what we do, because the lava code shows the sprite, this is overriding it, this section here where we're inflicting the burn damage. So I'm going to just make this a tiny bit bigger just while we're doing this work. We're going to bring this one down And we're going to just make it bigger. Okay, and we're going to have a second if statement coming off of this one, guys. So the condition for this one is, are they in the lava? If they are in the lava, nothing happens. Because the is burning follows through with this. Okay, so what we're going to say is, if in the lava is true, nothing happens. If they're not in the lava, that happens. And that should mean our sprite should now stay on when we enter the lava and exit. Okay. Ugh. Let's just test that works. So what we're hoping for is when the player enters the lava, the fire sprite will show up. So okay, so when they leave the lava, it's off. But when burning is on, they'll have the sprite on. So that does the job. That overrides the issue I had just here with the sprite not being on when they're in the lava. Because we want that sprite. We want that sprite to be shown when they're in the lava. So player enters the lava, apply bias damage. Player enters the lava, we apply the base damage, done. We've enabled the fire sprite, done. Apply damage on tick for staying in the lava. Okay, right. So I'm going to shift this up. And so on trigger enter the lava, on trigger exit the lava. So in here, this is where we're going to apply a reduction to the player's health. So on trigger stay 2D. We'll get that. So what this is doing, it's saying if the player is staying in the lava, I should be able to just do that actually. Now, I want us to be 1%. This is going to be interesting. This could reduce them to death, and I don't know how long. Wow. Why have you not killed me, dude? Why have you not killed me? The player death is connected in up there. Why did that not... That was strange. Why is... What? I know what's happening there. I know what's happening. I think it's because we're staying in the lava. The player death. What that does is... it does a 1 second timer. And then it does the respawn. So... interesting. Because that staying in the trigger, it kind of functions. It kind of functions very similar to an on-tick event. So I think that's why. Okay. That's a little bit problematic, isn't it? Let's think about this for a second. Okay, a solution is to have a duplicate of this, but call it player death lava. and just remove the timer. I'll show you that again, guys. I'm pretty sure that's the problem there. See what's happening? The player is staying in the lava, and I'll show you this. See here? It's staying in the lava, and we're triggering that player death constantly. That is a never-ending loop. That is a bug fix as well. So what's the solution? Okay, so that I believe is the solution. So if I instead of player death, we're gonna have player death lava. This is going to be interesting. I believe that is going to work. Let's test this. So we just need to stay in the lava and make sure that we do respawn. What a jump. There we go. Notice the fire sprite's gone, guys. That is the solution. So it gets out of that cycle, that never-ending cycle, because of that timer. There we go. I'm just too good. I'm just too good. So I might add another. I don't want to be too punishing on the player. It has to have a bit of realism to it, because they're staying in lava. So I just want to check that it's Is that too gentle on them? I might up it to 2. That's too fast, isn't it? Oh, what happened there? That's a bit strange. I'm gonna do it to 0.0025. That feels a lot more fair. It's not too fast. It's a reasonable, like, reduction. Like, the player's not going to stay in there. They're gonna fall in, then they're gonna quickly get out. It's a very peculiar thing happening there. I know what happened there. I know what was happening there. It basically triggered a glitchy respawn. So what happened was player entered the trigger. Um, hmm. This isn't too complex, to be honest. It's just I know what's causing the issue with that little respawn. So um, basically, if the player's life is really low, they jump out and they go back into the lava. In the event they enter the lava, if they entered it on 10% health, you're triggering the player death as well as this one. Because they've entered on low health and then they're staying in there. So it's basically triggering 2 respawns. Hence, up here, so it's kind of like, what do we do to stop that? I've got this. I know. Oh god, it's like nearly 2 in the morning. The player enters the trigger, we deal damage, and then yeah, it does the player death animation. Think, Mike, think. Where could we plug in something that will... Think. Come on. We need to stop it from triggering both of those. because that works great. That does what I need it to do, um, but we need that to. Oh, hey, sausage. Thanks for tuning in, dude. The problem is, I had to create a duplicate event. This is the standard player death right there. Works perfectly. The problem I had was down here. This on trigger stay in 2D, it essentially is like a constant on tick event. And when I was triggering the player death at the end of this code, the player was in a constant death loop. They were staying in the lava and they couldn't. It wasn't following through because it was because of the timer in the standard player death code event. So then what I decided to do to bypass the issue of the timer in the death, I duplicated the death event specifically just for the lava. So it basically, it follows through that event. So that bypasses the timer, but I'm not sure if the run once would do it. And the reason I'm saying that is because the problem is down here where I've got two sections. Oh, well, there's actually three, but these are the two main ones. When the player enters the lava, they take instant damage. And then we check the player death. We trigger that in case they enter it when they're on low health and it kills them. So, and then with this one, if they stay in the lava, we're dealing damage to them at a steady rate, and then we're triggering the lava death. So what happens is if the player is in the lava and they jump out and say their health is at 10%, if they were to jump in again, then they enter the trigger, this line of code follows through, triggering the player death, and then because they're staying in it, this also triggers the player lava death. So what happens is you die, you spawn at the statue, and then you'll kind of respawn it again because these two events have been triggered. So it's kind of like we need to say, almost like if player's health, no, we couldn't do that because then the trigger, it would loop through the player death again with the timer. Now, I'm not going to change the player death sequence because it works perfectly with the death animation of the character and everything else. Just a bit of a bugger, really. I mean, one way of doing it is that we could temporarily, within this line of code, maybe disable the collision, the collider, and then re-enable it on respawn. That's an option. Oh my god, I don't know what a yield statement is, dude. I've only been learning. I'm studying video game design at university, and September last year I learnt Unreal, the Unreal Engine, and since late January this year I've been learning Unity. So I'm still learning a lot, but there's some things, some functions I'm not familiar with. But this is all the stuff I've done. This is only one graph. This isn't all the other ones, but all of this stuff I've done. So I'm not a noob. I'm still learning. Right, okay. I kind of have a solution in my head. I'm just trying to visualize it. Just bear with me 1 second. Let me just think this through. I just need a moment just to, because it's 2 o'clock in the morning here. So I am awake. I've been doing this for like 7 hours now. I've been doing quite a lot of code. Um, See, there's one way we could do this. We could have an if statement here, or just after this one, and it's going to do something like if player's health equals 0, or if player's health is less than 0.2, then we trigger the lava death. That would bypass this issue. But then, yeah, that would bypass the issue. Look, I'll show you it in action. That would work. Let me just show you. I'll just have to get my health down to 20%. Right. Now if I jump in, watch what happens. I'll trigger both deaths, right? Watch. See that? I just respawned straight away. So now let's just put my theory to test. So we're going to have an if statement coming off of that. So, oh, hold on. Right, so that was plugged into there. Okay, cool. Right, so if. So we're going to get the global health. Okay. Oh no, sorry, not that. Thanks for following, Sausage. What time is it where you are? I get viewers from all over the world, and I've got some Americans, and it's always interesting knowing the time zones because I'm always up late doing this development. So, right. Oh, nice, cool, dude. Right, so if this is 0.2, so if the player enters the lava and their health is less than 0.2, that's the condition. So if that's true, then we will do all of this. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, there is so much code. Jesus Christ. Right. Plug that one up there. And then the false would go in there. Because then what that means is if the player's health is above 20%, and they stay in the lava and die, it should only be the player lava death that triggers. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to copy the player lava death, plonk that up there. Let's just try and... So, are you in game dev at all, or do you use Unity? Right, I believe that is going to work. Just plug that up there. Okay, so they enter the trigger. If the health is less than 2, we subtract it, update the health bar as well. So the only way the normal death would trigger, because this is like a one-time thing when they enter it. It's like a one-time thing. This is essentially on tick. So that should mean that we shouldn't get this double respawn issue. So we've got player lava death, player lava death. Let's give this a go. I do believe that is going to work. I know that's a hell of a lot of code, but this is going to work. It's awesome, dude. Yeah, I definitely have a preference for Unreal. I mean, it's the first engine I started with, and I'm a lot quicker in that, mainly because the user interface, the GUI, it's just so much nicer and modern, whereas this is very, it just feels old, you know, looking around, navigating it. It's yeah, it's a good engine though. It's great for 2D. I love doing 2D stuff in it. So, but yeah, visual scripting. Like, I'm studying video game design, so we have to learn prototyping and be able to use the 2 commercial game engines to be able to prototype our ideas. So we're not required to do hard programming like C, C++, C#, all the rest of that. We use visual scripting to, well, do what we need the game to do. The only difference between this and the hard coding is it's kind of like a visual drag and drop form, and it does the same kind of thing, but it's really quite intuitive, and you get used to it after a while. But you know, it's nice actually seeing the flow. You can actually see the flow of the code, you know. Oh, nice. Well, dude, there's plenty of like tutorials and stuff online. One thing I would say though about Unity compared to Unreal, if you ever do visual scripting, I'm not sure, but Unreal has an absolute ton of tutorials online, like hundreds. But Unity, visual scripting tutorials for Unity are very far and few between. Like, there are literally none out there. And if you're searching for a tutorial, you'll find one, you'll start watching a video, and then 2 minutes in, they jump straight into C#. And that's completely useless to me because I can't do that. I can only do the visual scripting. So, yeah, it's really interesting. It just helps you see the flow of code, you know. But good luck with, you know, Unity. I am streaming quite a bit of this at the moment. This particular project is pretty much finished. I've just got, I think, one bug fix to do, and then I'm going to be placing all of the stuff. I've got my level design here for it actually, so I know the scale and where everything's going to go. So once I've done these last few fine-tuning quality of life things, I'll be actually placing everything into position and then doing the deco with, you know, the palettes and things, painting the scene. We'll call it painting the scene. So let's give this a test. This should work. It should work. The moment of truth. This is the fun part, where you spend ages coding, and then, oh, hold on. Whoa. What's going on there? What the fuck? What have I done? Oh, I see. I see what's happened. I know what's happened. It's here. It's the false statement. So if I'm not in the lava, I'll just take damage. That's what's happening. Okay, so instead of it coming off of that, we need to have it coming off of the false. Do you see what happened there? I've just got to do that again. That was hilarious. So, because that right at the bottom there, the code, I'm not entering a trigger, so straight away it goes to the false. Right, so what we need to do is just unplug the false from there and put the false from there onto there. So that was hilarious. So that statement should only ever go up to this code. If nothing happens, it should be false. That was so funny. Oh, cool, dude. No, well, thanks for tuning in, mate. And yeah, I'm doing game dev all weekend, so literally, if you tune in tomorrow, I'm going to be doing some work on my group project. We've got a Space Invaders style game, and it is awesome. It's in the Unreal Engine. Honestly, I recommend checking out the stream because it's really, really cool. And then in the evening, I'll be doing the final touches to this. And then Sunday, I'm going to be doing my Idle Clicker game. So, so yeah, sleep well. You can check out my YouTube channel as well. That's got all of my previous game dev streams. I always export them to my channel, so they're there archived if anyone wants to watch them back. But there's tons of stuff in there for both Unreal and Unity. Some videos are long, some are short. But yeah, yeah, no, I'll probably be up for a game jam at some point. It's a bit tricky to do during studies because time is eaten up making the games and stuff. But yeah, take care, mate, and I'll see you whenever you're next on stream. Right, let's test this. So we need to get our health down. Right, so if I jump in now, I should die, but only... It worked. It worked. Let's watch that again. So now if I jump out and stay in, you see the difference there? Watching, guys? Now before, if I stayed in that lava before and jumped back in at 10%, it would double respawn. Now it works perfectly. Oh, that's so fun. I love it when you just work hard on something and then you find a solution. So rewarding. It's like beating a Dark Souls boss. I've just got to do that again. It's mad the amount of playtesting I have to do. Just making sure all the bugs are ironed out. That works so perfectly. Big ass bit of code, but it works. That's the thing, it works. So just to go over what I did there, if we enter the trigger and if our health is less than 0.2, we do the lava death sequence. If it's above 2, we do the standard death. Hold on a minute. Oh no, that is correct. Sorry, I was just doubting my code then. So that works. So that handles the player staying in the lava. And I'm happy with the rate it drains the life. I played around with the values and essentially it was at start it was too slow. It didn't feel kind of realistic for staying in lava. You know, you would die. This feels a much more balanced time for the player. Like, I didn't want to be too harsh on them. Like, if it drains super fast, then you're going to be screwed. Like, if you mess up the jumps, you are going to be a bit screwed. I have no idea why my jump height was so high there. Oh, is it because I was next to a wall? Like, I feel that's a very nice drain rate. It's not too punishing. It's you get a 20% health and then you get damage for staying in the lava. If you're playing Sonic the Hedgehog, you jump in, you lose all your rings, you jump in again, you're dead. I'm being a bit generous and kind to the player here. So, right, so that is the damaging side of it done. So let me just, right, so I've made a note here of what I need to do, guys. So player enters the lava, we've applied the base damage, we've enabled the fire sprite, and just one more test. If we jump in and out of the lava sprite above our character will disappear and reappear. You see that? Okay. So we've applied the base damage, we've enabled the fire sprite, and we've applied damage on tick for staying in the lava. Done. So now the exit lava is what's going to trigger the burn damage, and the burn damage is these two blocks of code. So what I'm going to do, oh my god, I don't think there's any way we can kind of make that any tidier unless we do. Actually, if I get that and put that up there. Um, yeah, that looks more tidy. Oh my god. Right, so this section here handles. I just want to make sure I'm commenting this correctly. So I'm going to save that because I'm really, really happy that works the way it does. I just need to write down that bug we just had with the just writing down the fix here. Dude, I'm like the bug fixer tonight. What is going on? This is crazy. Right. So there's going to be 5 blocks of code for the lava. I'm really happy with this mechanic. I'm really happy with how it works. Let's get these and put this into a nice little box. So if I... It's kind of good right there, isn't it? Okay. So... Oh, dude. About there. That's good, isn't it? There we go. Okay. If player enters lava, they receive 20% damage to health. The amount of health they have when entering the lava determines which custom event triggers for player death. So if the player enters lava, they receive 20% damage to health. The amount of health they have when entering the lava determines which custom event triggers for player death. Nice and to the point. Let's copy that colour. Put that up there. Okay, so this is all lava damage. Right, so this one here. If the player remains in the lava, they receive a steady reduction to their health. On game tick. If the player remains in lava, they receive a steady reduction to their damage, to their health on game tick. Okay, now this is the juicy bit. This is the last bit. Okay. We have got the entering the lava. The next bit is when they leave the lava. If they leave the lava, I want to apply the burn damage. Okay. Now, it should be as simple as this. When they exit the trigger, we do the burn damage. Now what the burn damage does, if they're not burning, right, if they're not burning, we say they are burning, we turn on the sprite, we create a timer, and hold on. I don't think I need to have that customer. Sorry. Oh my god. I don't think I need to have this in here because this isn't like this is like a custom event that's called and this section here where we're reducing the player's health, that's where we're calling the player death event. So it doesn't feel necessary to have that in there because this whole burn timer is getting reduced here where the actual health reduction takes place. So I think it's safe for me to delete that one. Okay. So we call the burn damage function when they exit. We say they're burning. We show the sprite. And we do the timer. We create the timer. And then this is checking the burn time remaining. If it's less than 1, if they're in lava is false, then we turn off the sprite and we say they're not burning. I do believe that is going to be fully functional now. I believe that's going to work, guys. Let's give this a test, shall we? I believe that's going to work. How did that not kill us? Right. Where's the burn timer, dude? Okay, I see one issue. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to have something that overrides that. So that does work. Okay. I know the solution. We're literally at the end of this lava. So I'll just show you again what's happening. So if you watch at the bottom left, where we've got the burn time remaining, watch what happens. I enter the lava. It's when I leave the lava that we're left with the burn damage debuff. Right? You see that time is ticking? It's kind of like what we need to do. I'm going to be quiet for a second while I just look at this code. Because I know what to do, I just need to spot where to plug in the fix. Okay, one solution we could do is in the player def line. In the player def line, we could say just before the respawn, we can say set the burn timer to set the burn timer to 0. Which would in turn turn off those. It would deactivate those. Okay, let's see if that works. So just one more test before I attempt this fix. Just a quick test. Oh. Oh, it's an integer. Let's see if this works. That should work. If this works, I've finished the lava. Fingers crossed, guys. The moment of truth is upon us. Right, so the test is... I love my bat. So what's the test? Okay. I'm pretty sure my life is... Right. So I think what's happening is um, oh, I know a solution here. I know a solution. Instead of doing it up here, what we'll do is we'll do a check. I know what to do, guys. Oh, bear with me. The solution is quite simple. Now, I'll just quickly explain what the solution is before I implement it, okay? So, what's happening, why I'm unable to override it, is because on event tick, the flow of code, if the burn time is less than 1 is false, it will do this. It will follow through with that, and then it kills the player. Okay, but what we need to do is we need to add something in here. So just before we deduct the time, and this is going to be the check, and it's going to say if player's health is less than or equal to a certain value, then we set the burn timer. So and then we'll trigger the player death. It's a little bit complicated in my head, but I'm pretty certain this is going to work. So we're going to say if right, that's the condition. the player's health is less or equal than that, then right, so if it isn't that, we do that. And then what we'll do is we'll reconnect those. And we will get that. Bring that down here. And make room. And I do believe that's going to work. So by plugging that in there, guys, what we're saying is, if I show you the flow of code before I test this, this section here handles the display of the burn sprite and stuff. And the code, before I just plug that in, what would happen is, if the burn timer was basically greater than 1, it would deduct from the timer and then do the player's health. Now that does need to go up to the top here, because this updates the health bar. Okay. So we're saying at the point that the player's health is that, we will then set the burn time remaining to 0 and then initiate player death. So now that should work perfectly fine. It should. Complicated, but this should work. So let's just watch that boolean. Perfect. I've solved it. GG. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I'm a goddamn genius. Now, there is one other thing we want to do. there's one other small fix to this to make it flawless. Because basically what happens is if the player jumps into the lava and leaves it, they get the burn damage of 5 seconds. But if they enter the lava again whilst they're burning, it doesn't get reset. So and the problem is the unfixed update down here. I guess what we could do that's what we could do. On trigger enter, we could say if burning, it's because of the true. If burning, if is burning is false, let me say they're burning. The burning gets turned off after the timer runs out. So that's the fix. That is the fix. I've just solved it. Okay, so if I just repeat what the problem was, the player could enter the lava, exit, get the 250 burn time, right? But then if they re-entered and exited again, and they were already burning, it wouldn't kind of reset. So the only time the burn damage is being called is when the player exits the lava. But we want to say, oh no, we don't, because if we did, oh, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Oh, that was a solution, but at the same time, no, because the only time we're calling it is when they leave the lava. So when the timer reaches 0, I think that's right. If the player, the only time burn damage is getting called, burn damage. Burn damage is only getting called here, guys, when the player exits. So we want to check to say, are they burning? So if they were burning, if they are near the lava, they fall in, they jump out. When they jump out, they get the lava burn. If they were to then fall in again and jump back out, we want that timer to reset. We don't want to retain the previous timer that's still ticking. It doesn't make sense. It's not balanced. It's just not right. So what we're going to do is, if they are still burning, we're going to basically reset the timer, and the sprite will always be active if the timer is above that. So that should, right there, that should resolve the issue. Let's give it a go. So what I'm expecting to see is at the bottom left, if I, this simple test, there we go. Okay, but then when they're dead, right. Hey Nailof, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I'm just doing a test at the second. Okay, right, I know how to fix that. We need to look at the code for right, burn damage. If the player's health is that, if burn damage is less than 1, and if the player's health is gone, we set the burn time remaining to 0, and then we do the player death. So at 0, we don't have the sprite and we're not burning. God, this whole lava hazard is giving me a headache. Let me just show you the code that handles this lava. This section here is what I'm working on at the minute, and I have been for the past, I don't know, 2 hours maybe. I'm fine tuning my lava hazard, and basically Maybe we do need to set that timer. Let's just plug that in. I'll show you what happened there, guys. If we... Oh, so annoying. If we jump out... Right, if we take some damage... Jump out and die, we've still got the burn. Right? The chances the players that will play this game are going to experience this bug are very slim. Very, very slim. Because most players will navigate the lava hazard no problem. So, this is me just being a perfectionist. So, what I'm going to do, just to try and stop that from happening, because if they enter that, set that. But then if they're dead, play death. So we're going to plug this up the top, and this should work. I think that should go. I'm going to plug that after the player dead. Let's see if that resolves that issue. So what we're going to test now is I'm going to go in the lava, I'm going to jump out and then land back in straight when my life is low. And what we're expecting is when that happens, we're respawned without the sprite and without burn damage. Okay. I know why there's a tiny delay there. I know why there's a tiny delay. It's because this is on fixed update. On fixed update is every 50 frames, whereas on update is every frame. That's why there's a delay. That's why there's a delay there. Right, think might think. Give me a second, guys. What was the thing I just did? Was it up? It was there, wasn't it? That was to do with trying to fix the resetting the timer, which does work. God, that's a pain in the ass. I mean, this is so complex. This is so just mad. Still persisting through death. This is a little bit frustrating, but I feel like I'm very close to fixing this. I know what the problem is. It's just finding the right place to plug it in. Hold on. I thought I plugged that back in. Oh, sorry. This is frustrating. 8 hours, 20-minute stream, guys. Jeez. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to add an OR to this. So if the health is 0 or if the player is dead, I'm not sure if this is going to do it, but it's worth a try. I feel this should work. Whoa! Bro. Right, let's find the bits that are setting the burn damage. That's the problem. It's setting the burn time remaining. That is the problem here. There's nothing in there. Nothing in there. Oh, I know what the problem is. It's the on-fixed update. If it was on tick, this wouldn't be happening. It's because it's not registering in time. It's not like the player's dying, but the code's not had time to kind of. It all needs to happen at the same time. That's the problem. That is the problem. I'm going to try a little fix. So if I false to that, false to that. So if I remove that one, I do believe, I'm hoping that's going to work. It should. Let's give it a go, guys. Fingers crossed. No, hold on. Oh my God. If we get rid of that, I think that will work. I hope that will work. Please work. Fuck me. Oh, this is such a bastard, this persisting through death. Okay, one little test we can do is to jump out before we're dead. can it be this hard? Right, that works. Okay. That's the problem. This bit here. Unplugging that should solve it. What that means though is the timer's not reset, which is annoying, but regardless of what I do, it's still doing the same thing. Let's look at the lava death. Okay, I'm going to try something. I'm going to unplug that one. giving me such a headache. We just need to stop this persisting through death, guys. Oh my god, have I done it? I've done it. Are you joking? Let's see if it works with this. Did I actually just do it? No way did I just do it. Okay, that's the problem. Right, so the first test, let's jump out there, die. Next test is to jump up when we're low health. Okay. I do believe that is the problem. This. Ooh. Right, why are you doing... It's the on exit. That's the problem. When they exit the lava, every time they exit it, whether that's from the respawn I think that's the problem. So if I right, so if the player exits the lava and they're dead, hold on. If the player Right, okay, hold on. If the player exits the lava and they're dead is true, they won't get that, but we do need to do that. So I think that might resolve the whole issue. If they leave the lava, if the player is dead, if the player's dead when they leave the lava, then let's also just I know this might be overkill, but I would rather it work than not work. So if the player's dead when they leave the lava, we're saying they're not in the lava and we're setting the burn duration. I think that might be the solution. Fingers crossed, guys. This really does take the piss. I just want it to work. Why is that shit persisting through death? Why? I need to solve this. I can't go to bed until this is solved. I can't have that persisting through death. I can't. Come on, Mike, you've got this, mate. We need to check the timer. We need to check the timer. I think this is the problem. I think we should have something to say instead of it being a um, hmm. Why is it still there? Why is it still there? Why is it still on, dude? What the Oh, okay. Right, so if the player stays in there and dies... Bro. I really wish I hadn't said I'd fix this because it's given me such an arseache. This is just... Why has it been such a bugger? Why has it been such a bugger? Let's get rid of that. Sorry I've gone quiet, guys. I'm lagging. 9.25 hours streaming. Last 2.5 hours it feels trying to fix this lava. What the hell, bro? I'm going to leave it like that. I'm struggling to fine tune that just. I just keep testing this because it's just annoying. That will do. Oh my god. All of that for the lava. That is ridiculous. Oh my god. That's just absolute carnage. I mean, if I chose to remove the burn effect altogether, there's no problem with it, but it's because I want the burn effect. I like the burn effect. The only problem is, it ever so slightly persists after death, just because it's been a bastard. So if you exit the lava and the player's dead, we do nothing. Oh, this is giving me such a headache. Well, if the player isn't dead, we do the burn damage, yeah. And then if we enter... Why is the burn damage happening? Oh my god. But I have left. Sorry, guys. Oh my god. If the burn time is less than 0, and in the lava is not true. So if the burning time is less than 0, Got an idea. I'm going to try something a bit crazy here. No. If the player exits 2D, if the player exits and they're dead, nothing happens. But if they're not dead, we do that. So I'm not calling the burn damage. Let's see if that works better. And then if they exit the lava and they're dead, we'll set that to 0 and that to off. Let's see if that works. Jesus Christ, man. They leave the lava. If they leave the trigger of the lava, if they leave it, and if they're dead, set the burn time to that. If they leave it and they're not dead, how can this be so freaking annoying? I'm not triggering that burn effect there. If the burn is 0 and they're not in the lava, we do that. If they're in the lava, that still stays on. I'm pretty certain stay in the lava. If they stay in the lava, if they stay in the lava, we take damage, and then we do the lava death. But then this happens. Oh my god. Why is this so annoying? If the player leaves the lava and they're dead, can we not just have something like this? Can't be this sodding difficult. If the player leaves the lava, they're not in the lava, Right, so when they exit, we do that. Burn damage is kind of... that's going to stay on. The little burny thing is going to stay on. The only time it disappears is when the timer runs out. So when they leave the lava, we say they're not in the lava, we do the timer, and then we say they're burning. And then at the end of the timer, then enter the lava. Exit the lava. They're not in the lava. So if they're not in the lava, we turn off the sprite and the burning. I really think the problem there is that it is that timer. Surely, surely. Please work. Please work. Why is this being a bastard? Let's see if that works. Is this just trying to wind me up? Is it really trying to wind me up? Let's face it, no one is going to stay in the lava. I think I'm just trying to perfect this too much. That'll do. I am done with this lava BS. I am so done with it. If I just remove those. I'm pretty sure it's that on event tick that's been a bugger. And no matter what I do, trying to change that variable value, just it works. I'm trying to perfect it too much. That's the problem, guys. Right. I'm going to leave that as it is because I'm going to get rid of this. I don't need this custom event because I'm doing that up here. We're saying they're burning. We're saying they're burning. The sprite is already active from being in the lava. And like I say, we're doing the burn time up there, so this custom event can go. And we can shift that up there. I do not want to do lava again. No, I like lava. I don't want to do a burn effect again. Absolute nightmare. That will do. It's that freaking exit trigger. That's the problem. That is the problem. Okay, right, well, I'm going to leave that. It does the job. We get the burn damage. Thanks a lot for that burn damage. We know it works. I've done a hell of a lot of bug fixes this stream. So all I need to do now is the HUD. I just need to tidy that up so it says score, time, and maybe change the colour. So I'm going to tidy that up, and then we can actually place everything in the game. Everything else is done though, guys. Like, if I show you the main menu. Taking a sweet ass time. I love that so much. Right, I'm going to call it there. I know there's a tiny issue with if the player stays in the lava and they don't exit and they die, they get the burn damage effect because they've left the trigger. I've tried so many different methods in the code as we've seen, and I can't figure it out. I've tried so many different ways as well, which is really frustrating, and it's all because I wanted this burn damage. I mean, the thing is, it works. If you're in the lava and you jump out, you get the burn damage. And then if you die with that burn damage, you get the death animation, you respawn, fresh start. It's the only problem is if the player stays in the lava and then respawns, they have it because of the way the exit trigger works. But other than that, it does function. That's the only bug with that is staying in the lava and dying. But other than that, I mean, I'm really happy with what I've done tonight. I've kind of lost track, to be honest. It's been a 10-hour stream. We've done moving platforms. God, I can't even remember. Loads of little bits, basically. And it's been great. And I think I'm at the stage where I can now flesh out the level. So that would basically start with placing all of the platforms and things into position, and then once that's done, it would be a matter of doing the deco, so painting it with props and making it look pretty, basically. So I might do some more tomorrow. I do need to do some work on my group project, so I'll probably do group project and this tomorrow. There's one tiny bug to fix. Well, it's not. It's 50-50 one. But anyway, we're going to call it there, guys. I hope you've enjoyed watching. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Feel free to give us a follow on Twitch. And if you want to check out any of the previous game dev streams, you can go to my YouTube channel, which is in the panel below. You can find all of my previous game dev streams for Unity and Unreal. So there might be something there you like. But yeah, all good. So all in all, a pretty damn good stream. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. Stay safe, and as always, I'll see you in the next one.